What? Oh my God, I got it as overlay. My bad. So I need to put this at the. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Um, I needed this while at work. What's up, y'all? I'm not at the crib. Look, I'm looking up at the camera right there. Look, I got a full setup here. As I just made a video on my other YouTube channel, so I got my setup here, but I'm on my laptop, and so I'm not at my big computer with my background that y'all used to seeing me on. I'm on a laptop right here. Last time I was here, I went live on boom. This is my video on my other channel I made and edited and put out. So this is my iPad. So I got my iPad and laptop. I bought a laptop, so hopefully this works better. Hopefully you guys can see me a little bit better. This should be interesting. I like to see her defend putting her hands on the man, even if said man didn't like it that way. I feel you. One thing I like about doing this video on Alex, I don't even know if I want to admit that, but I saw this the day I put up that post, and that was before I even left the house. So what's today? I don't even know what's today. Today Tuesday. I think I left the house Friday. It's been some days. So I left some comments on the actual video. You know, nobody really responded or anything. So I didn't get any feedback. So if you haven't seen the comment I left on the video, then I'm pretty much going to echo that on this. So this is me breaking down Alex video. Has anything happened since then? I joined the Facebook group Love is Blind Season 7, which has been interesting to say the least. Uh, I was shocked to find out that Hannah has a large following. That totally shocked me. I can't believe Hannah has a large following. Nothing else. I'm really waiting for Friday to see what happened in the court case because I'm interested with Tim. I was invited on the all males panel on Little Black Book 91's channel with 4 males. I didn't see it till it was too late, but there was no way I can go on the panel because it was Daddy Weekend, and my 13-year-old son has said that he is done. He don't want to play soccer anymore. So I went to his final game and his banquet, and I didn't think it would hit me that hard. You know, I started going through my phone, looking at when he was 3 years old and he was first put in soccer, and I'm like, oh man. But I knew that he wasn't going to play. I caught it from the day he was 3 years old. I said he's not going to keep playing sports because he reminded me of myself. He's more intellectual. My son wants a super expensive telescope. He wants to look at the stars and outer space, uh, which is a beautiful thing because people that know me know how much I'm into astronomy. I don't have it on now; it's in the room. But like I always wear a bracelet, and you probably saw it. You look back at my videos, I wear a bracelet, and the little jewels on it are all the planets in the solar system. He didn't get that from me. That's why I love it. Like he went on his own journey. I never talked to him about outer space. I never told him my love for astronomy. He just got it on his own, and he reminds me so much of myself. I knew that he wasn't going to continue to play sports, so I was like, oh man, this is my last time seeing my son. Nevertheless, I got a tomboy little girl, my little baby girl, one of the best soccer players ever. And my youngest son is just awesome at anything he plays. So I'm still going to be going to sports with my youngest daughter and my youngest son. It's just my oldest daughter and my oldest son, they're more intellectual like I am. So I didn't think that they would continue in sports. So I had to go. So Saturday I had to go from a banquet, rush back, change, dress, change clothes, get ready to go out to see the first 10 minutes of a film that I wrote and co-directed. And I was nervous, and it was in my hometown. So, whoa, I got to see a lot of people that I never saw. I haven't seen in years. I had a lot of fun. So I've just been really busy. You know, I try to do my YouTube stuff, but I do be busy in life too. So I'm trying to. So this is the first opportunity I got. Until next week, we won't be with the background, the expensive camera, unless I figure out how to plug this camera up to this laptop. We just gonna rock with it like this right here. I hope y'all cool with that. But I'm still gonna give y'all the same insight that I always give y'all. So thank you, Taylor. Saying congrats. Thank you. Appreciate that. The kids seem to find their own path. Yeah, great. He got to experience soccer. Yeah, he found his own path. But I knew what his path was. I know my children, and so like I want y'all to know that all of us YouTubers, when we're analyzing Love Is Blind, when we're analyzing relationships, we are bringing our, what's the word to use? What we feel is anecdotal evidence based upon our life. There have been times where people are questioning, why aren't you talking about Bri? And Bri cheating on her wife with Tyler. And you can see how much I care for my children. When I look at the situation with Bri, Tyler, and Ashley, I look at it from a male father's perspective. I don't give a flying fuck about Bri and her previous relationship. That has nothing to do with a male father perspective. To not have a father in my life, to see the jokes and the reputation put upon Black American men, to give my life not only for my children, but like if I date somebody and they got a child, once I accept you as my partner, your child is now my child. The same way I would give my life for my child, I would give my life for your child, or I would not enter the relationship. I can't help it. I don't feel bad about it. I just feel like these are certain things that should just come with expectation in men. So that's why my focus is on Tyler. Before I get into this Alex interview, the final thing I'll say on the Tyler thing, since that hit me, I do a lot of driving, and that's my thoughts come clear, is that Tyler has showed us repeatedly he doesn't care about children and his excuse to leave his children. Everything Tyler did is the opposite of someone who wants to see their kids. I'll explain what I mean. Tyler wants Ashley to believe Bri gets with a woman and takes me from my children. And then when a woman leaves Bri, she wants me back. Ashley believes this fucking lie. Let's pretend this lie is true. If my ex got with a guy and every time she gets with a guy, she tries to take me from my children, I'm fighting harder. Oh, this what you doing? Let me go to my motherfucking lawyer because these my kids. I don't give a fuck about your relationship. I don't give a fuck what guy you dating. And I want to be crystal clear when I say this. I am not looking at the truth. I am purposely looking at the lie Tyler put out. Even in his lie, he is a despicable human being and a disgrace for a father because he's letting his wife believe she keeps going back and forth, so fuck it. No, when you love your children and somebody keep going back and forth, somebody keep the mother of your children doing fucked up shit to you, that's when you fight harder because you love your children and you want to be in their life. So even in his lie, he is a despicable disgrace for a fucking father. That's the one thing I wasn't clear in my video that I made on the situation because I was so focused on catching him in lies and shit. I'm just like, in his best version of events, his best, clearest version of events paints a man that does not want to be a father. And it contradicts what he put out. He said, I didn't want to make you a single mother. You made her a single mother when you had the twins. We'll throw that out. Let's say in your lie, you did 2 pregnancies where you were supposed to be the sperm donor. But in just being a sperm donor for 2 pregnancies, in your mind, you've always felt you couldn't fathom her or your bloodline coming into a single mother's household because of what happened to you. That's what you're saying. If it really hurt your heart, that makes you fight more to be in the children's life. In his best version of events, in his full-on lie, he doesn't give a fuck about his own children. And I've seen so many YouTubers come on here. I've watched so many videos. Y'all got to look at it from Tyler's point of view. He didn't give a fuck about them kids. Okay? Stand on that. Don't try to change it. Don't come out here and like, I never gave a fuck about the kids. And then come out here and try to pretend like I care, but she be blocking me. Blocking means fighting. Blocking doesn't mean we'll just take them. All right. So we'll get into this Ashley interview right now, y'all. I hope everything goes good with my laptop. Now, I'm gonna be real with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I rarely do this. I don't like critiquing the YouTuber as much, but this particular host made me cringe so many times. So here's my claim before you watch it. The host right here we see on the screen made me cringe with her leading questions. If you have a question, ask the question. Don't set it up to be so leading. So that's my claim, and I'm gonna show y'all every time she does it. Just on some professional shit like that. That really made me cringe.
Positively uncensored. Today, I'm so excited because I'm joined by the Alex Bird. Okay, I've been rocking with you since day one. I'm a fan of your fashion. I saw your heart.
Tim has not done an interview. However, this is going to work to one of my points.
And ever since I saw what your full name was, I was dying to use SZA's Pretty Little Bird song to like debut an episode. So that was like part of it.
Oh my God, I love this.
So do I. And I was like, that's going to be her song when I launch our episode. But thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me. I've been such a fan for so long.
That's like, you said that you had heard.
Hey, yo, on some immature shit, this video should show how unbiased I am for the future. Y'all know, like, physically, like, and I thought about this when I was driving. Like, I am more attracted to Alex than anybody this season. But then I thought about all the seasons who I have been attracted to, like, physically, I would reach out and try to talk to. And Alex, off the top of my head, is in top 3. With that being said, I'm going to critique the fuck out of Alex. I'm going to critique what she's saying, yo.
Heard of me prior, right? My podcast. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That shocked me. Like, that really shocked me just because I had no intention. Like, I feel very small. Like, I feel like, you know, like few people know.
No, I liked your interviews that you did with Summer House, Martha's Vineyard. Yeah, I saw all of them. I loved those. And yeah, I've just been like, I like your perspective.
I'm a stuffing guy. The stuffing is.
I'm not signing to my account. Y'all got to bear with me. Although I did want to try that sandwich. I ain't going to hold y'all.
a lot of them, because you don't just kind of go with the general public and what they're thinking. You actually really take both sides and really try to dive deep. And you're like, okay, she gets it.
That is so kind. That's one of the nicest compliments. And I was just like floored that you had heard of me and that you enjoyed my content. It made me feel really good. So that comment like stuck with me all season.
Yeah, I did.
I'm glad that you checked me out. It's also crazy because I think Preston from Summer House Martha's Vineyard lives in DC.
Yes, that's what I heard too. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you in DC? Because I know everyone lives various areas.
When we filmed, I was in DC, but I'm in Maryland right now.
Okay, got it. So born and raised Maryland?
Yes, Silver Spring.
So I wanted to check in with you before we get into the show. All of the stuff pertaining to Love is Blind. The election has just ended. Me personally, it's brought up a lot of anxiety, but I was...
Okay, Alex is going to go really in on the election. I'm not going to play any of that because it's irrelevant to the show. However, what I learned about Alex is like, sometimes I think all of us humans do it. Like if you're in your 30s right now, you're younger than me, you're in your 20s, you may watch teenagers, a teenage reality show, and you're going to just simply go off of your brain and you're going to forget that they're teenagers. What Alex says about the election shows me, it reminded me that I'm older than the cast. Because one of the key things I took away from this, because I'm going to fast forward, you can watch it if you want to on her channel, it's just irrelevant. But one of the key things that Alex says is that she is so shocked that so many people were divided, like never being friends before. She said, this never has happened before, only this election. That let me know, that reminded me that Alex is young. Every election, even prior to social media, anytime a group of people, when it's around November time, October, November, when they're about to really vote, a lot of people fall out for being friends. I fell out with a friend during the Obama election. We still ain't talked. This is nothing new. I am not lost on Donald Trump as a different issue, but to me, this was way more calm than when Donald won the first time, because when Donald won the first time, it was just fucking conceivable. It was just unimaginable that a guy like that could win the presidency. So that's a portion that she showed, that it was just a reminder that, like, for her to come out here and say this has never happened before, I have to remind myself when I'm analyzing their relationships and their faults and everything, that these people are young. I'm a 44-year-old man. That's why I remind people in my videos, some of the shit I'm critiquing, I would have been way worse than them in their 20s. There are some things the cast have done wrong on these shows that I would have done much worse at their age. It's just that I have wisdom and experience and been through life that I'm able to say the things I say. I'm not special at all. A lot of time I'm just older with more experience. But yeah, this is not, Alex, if you see this video, you're fucking wrong. This is not the only time people have severely ended friendships, blocked people on Facebook, social media. This shit happens every 4 years, every single election. This is your first taste of it because you're younger. So I'm going to skip this part.
Thinking about you, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, you're processing that, you're close to DC. Also, you're processing the reunion and everything online. So I just want to check in with you and how you're doing.
Yeah, I appreciate you asking. I'm good.
This is another part.
One thing I wanted to know as well, prior to filming this season of DC, there was tons of chatter online about how the dating pool in DC was pits. And so I'm curious if after you've seen this season, is it an accurate representation of the dating pool?
1,000%. And everyone who has said, oh, this was a terrible season, or this is how, this season went this way or this or that way. And everyone who's from here is like, this is exactly what it looks like to date in DC. And we have people that, and I'm not speaking on anyone's particular relationship, but you have people who are not fully honest on who they are, or you have people who live at home and things.
All right, so I'm gonna skip this portion too, but I want to say this was the second thing. It was two things that showed that reminded me that I am critiquing people younger than me. Alex talks as if this is inclusive to DC, and we know if you're older, a lot of people do these moves. Like I live in Atlanta, Georgia. You know how many people move to Atlanta, Georgia, especially Black people. They're looking for a new life. They're like, the dating pools suck in LA. The dating pools suck in New York, and they move to Atlanta. Humans are gone human. People gone people. If you think that people are dishonest solely because they're in DC, you are mistaken. You're going to move somewhere. You're on the same social media dating websites, apps or whatever. You're going to find the same liars, the same guys that's trying to have sex with you, a same pool of just not people looking for a long-term monogamous relationship. And that is going to be a very small portion of people that actually are. That's going to be everywhere you go. It's not going to be inclusive to just Washington, D.C. So when I heard this part of the podcast, the fact that she feels so confident, like, yo, she feels like she's schooling us on game. That's how this came across. Like, look, this was weird to y'all. This is just normal in DC. No, boo-boo. This is normal in dating in 2024, no matter where you are. When we say that this season was crazy, we're not saying it's crazy because it's in DC. We're literally saying it because this season was fucking crazy. That's it. We're not saying anything, or we're not ignorant or naive to where you guys are located this season. They about to do Minneapolis. Who thinks about Minneapolis? That shit could be far more crazier. It's just the landscape. I don't view season 1 as Atlanta and season 7 as DC. I view season 1 as it is impossible to look for fame because you don't even know if the show gonna fucking air. Pilots are made all the time. So if you remove the popularity aspect of it, and it's going to make you more focused on the goal to get married. As more seasons come along, the more people will learn, which is why the producers of the show have to always evolve. Always. What season 7 taught me is that the world we live in now, if Netflix doesn't change it, people are going to talk more and more off camera. They've gotten smart. You got a problem with me? I'm going to walk around and just not say nothing all day. The camera crew is going to go home at 11 o'clock at night. They're going to take our phone. And when they leave, then we're going to discuss it. If it keeps going that way, the show is going to get kicked off fucking Netflix because we're not going to have anything. So the producers need to counteract everybody trying to talk off camera. That's the biggest difference from a season 7 to a season 1. It's not Atlanta versus DC. It's the evolution of people understanding the show that they're going on. That's what I'm going to say, but I'm going to skip this portion.
And I'll kind of skim over some things, but you pride yourself on being easy to talk to and getting along with just about anyone. Yes. Little did we know that just about anyone is not Tim.
Okay, that's our first leading shit that I don't like because she's going to continue to do this. And it's like you trap yourself. And I'm talking about being a professional. She's telling Alex about Alex's brain when she doesn't fucking know Alex. She know the same shit we know from watching the show. Why do you need to preface all of that? You pride yourself on this, you do this, and you shouldn't have because Tim is a piece of shit. Well, do you not ever care to have Tim on your show? Do you ever not care? And the problem I have when I speak out about things like this, like you force me to take up for Tim, and then people gonna come and be like, I'm just taking up for Tim. I'm not. Like, yo, it's just etiquette on interviewing people. This is the first time. Watch how many times she leads Alex instead of just asking Alex to allow Alex to be fucking Alex. Walking Alex straight. I'm setting the tone for you, baby. I'm I'm letting you know what I'm about to pitch. I'm about to throw you a curveball. You ready, Alex? Here comes the curveball. She's leading Alex. She does this the entire fucking interview.
Reflecting on her past, she admits that she was drawn to people who didn't prioritize her well-being and lacked boundaries. However, about finding love with a tall, confident man who leads with compassion. Mm-hmm. Now, do you feel like your summary accurately portrayed you and what you were looking for?
Somewhat, yes. The get along with everyone. I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of people that I can literally be put anywhere and I can blend in because I don't know. I just feel like I can talk to anybody about anything. I feel like it was pretty accurate. I just feel like it was a very surface description. It didn't go into the depths of why I was really there. I had been through a lot of heartbreak and I wanted to try.
So in film school, which I do have a degree from, it's called a log line. A log line would not go into description. I'm going to give Alex grace. A log line is great for a movie. Human beings are so complex. All of us have been a hypocrite. All of us have contradicted ourselves. All of us have done wrong things. We are so complex. There is no such thing as a perfect log line for human beings. So it's very hard to, if they're saying, if you're editing an 8-episode show, then it's not going to show you true who you are. Then a fucking log line will never show you who a human being is. So I'm on Alex's side with that. Like, you're fucked. Once you sign to go to the show and they like, come up with a log line, you're fucked because you're never going to match that log line. No one will ever match a log line of themselves.
Something different, but there was just more that I experienced in past relationships that made me take this route.
Got it. So you are going into this relationship, and whether Tim acknowledged it or not, but you have also had your own set of entire experiences with other relationships that have put you in a position to communicate how you do protect yourself in a certain way or just move through relationships in a certain way. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm about to play this back. Bro, look at this leading fucking statement. Like, this shit scuffs my Timbs. I just would never do nothing like this. I would never, ever, ever, ever. Like, her question lasts like 1 second or 2 seconds. Look how much she leads her, though. Look how much she leads Alex.
Or not, but you have also had your own set of entire experiences with other relationships that have put you in a position to communicate how you.
Alex should be saying that. Alex, the interviewee, should be telling you, I have had my own experiences with a bunch of relationships. You shouldn't be saying that. You don't know who the fuck Alex is. Why are you saying all of this shit? This was very hard for me to get through. Why is she leading Alex so strongly? I don't fucking understand it. I just ask the question and let Alex give her perspective, not her perspective coming from the way you're leading her to be.
You do protect yourself in a certain way or just move through relationships in a certain way. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct. Her sentence was
Tim,
correct.
I thought that was interesting.
Her question was correct. Because you said so much shit, all Alex had to do was say yes. As an interviewee, you only got 1,000 subscribers. You want a lot of people to watch this. So the people that love the show want to hear from Alex. You led so fucking strongly that she was left to say one fucking word. Yes. Like, this really scuffs my Timbs.
Interesting that you said you want someone who leads with compassion, because do you think that Tim in retrospect leads with compassion?
No.
Okay.
Leading.
Because, I don't want to put that impression on him, but how it looks like how he spoke to you was more patronizing. If I were
4, we had 4. It just started. I don't want to do this to Tim, but it looks like it was more patronizing. You're opening up for Allison, just like, yeah, why don't you ask a question and Allison can tell you, you know what? To me, it was patronizing. Or maybe she wasn't going to say it. Maybe she was. I don't fucking know, because you're so leading. You're so leading with this. Like, this is so fucking unprofessional.
to use an adjective.
Yes, it was very strict.
Very, very strict. Very strict. First of all, he says he's direct and transparent to a fault, which probably true.
Very true. Very accurate on that.
Very heavy. So he seeks a confident Black woman who values clear communication. Do you think that he was really after that?
No. And that was something that we struggled with. He had led with that in the pods, I will say that. And I think where we went wrong, or we were blinded, is in the pods, all you're doing is talking. So I'm a great listener, but also I can talk too. And I think all we did was talk about like what he wants, what I want, his past life, my past life. And unfortunately, you guys didn't get to see a lot that I shared, because I did share a lot with him too. He did let me speak on a few things. But I feel like it's easier to kind of sell a story, and then what you want and what you think is good for you. And then once we got out, it was like, but I'm not really there yet. I haven't done the work to receive something like that. So I think that's where we, clashed on.
I agree with every.
With Ultra Mobile, home is never too far away. With unlimited talk and.
I agree with everything Alex said right there, and 100% agree with Alex. Tim, the edited version of Tim that I saw to be politically correct. These are my rules. This is the way it goes. You have to conform to my rules. I never once saw the entire show Tim ask Alex about her feelings, her opinion, how she feel about things. I never saw Tim trying to conform and work as a couple should work. So I agree with everything Alex just said right there. Oh, my bad. I still got it on mute. My bad.
While that aspect may be very true, because he does speak like an old soul, I think a lot of men who describe themselves as old souls.
This is what I'm saying right here. Hey, my nigga, Positively Uncensored Podcast. I mean this with all respect. If you want to say how you feel, make a video like I'm doing right now saying how you feel. You get somebody to interview, we don't give a fuck how you feel. Me saying how I feel is completely different than me interviewing somebody. Nobody don't like, we want to know their utmost raw feelings on things. And I can't provide that for my channel if I interview Alex and I lead her on. The only way my audience is going to get Alex true feelings is if I just ask the fucking question and leave my opinion out. Now, after the interview's over, I put it out. They got Alex shit. Then I can come and give my opinion on how I feel about things. Like, I'm telling you some real game. I don't know if you get upset if you see this shit or not. I'm telling you some real fucking game. Someone who went to school for this shit. Like, you gotta start giving your fucking opinion prior to asking her questions. We are at 5 now. I thought it was 5 the whole video. We didn't even got to the real deep part to where the interviewer is totally gonna fucking lead. Like, this is a bad interview. And if someone tells you that, if somebody tell you this is not a bad interview, they're not your fucking friend.
souls, because they're old souls, they also possess this sort of very traditional view of marriage, where they have, you're my wife, you know, you're going to make me feel better, comfort me, nurture me, all that stuff. And then I'm going to go out and be the protector of XYZ.
At this point, she's doing more talking than Alex. Think about it. Alex can go on a far bigger platform. Alex can go on fucking TMZ, Entertainment Tonight. Alex can go on Tate's Tate, Pay Her Weight, Jesse Wu. Alex is going on your platform and you only got 1,000 subscribers and you're doing more talking than her.
Do you feel like that's how it was in the relationship?
Yeah, I think Tim wanted, allegedly, how he says, he wanted a woman like me, but I think what he was used to and how he was raised and what he's just experienced was a very traditional life, a traditional wife, a very docile woman. One of the things that wasn't shown was when I met his friends. And when I met his friends, one of the first questions I asked was like, can you tell me about his exes? Because what is he used to? He claims he's never had a woman like me, but what is the type of woman that he has been, you know, dealing with? And what was a little alarming was his best friend said all of the women saw him as their world. They didn't really have anything but him. So I was just kind of like, you know, I, of course, will do anything and submit to my husband. However, I do have my own life and world as well. And I don't want you to think that I'm not going to be anything but you. Like, I also am Alex, and Alex has her own friends, and Alex has her own family, and in her own career. And I don't think he was prepared for that.
Okay. One of the reasons I like Love is Blind is not for the black or white. It's for the nuances in between. And I do understand how YouTube works. If you're team Alex, you only want to hear bad things about Tim. If you're team Tim, you only want to hear bad things about Alex. I said black or white I talk about. But what I love is the nuance, right? And here's the nuance. What Alex discovered is correct. You know what I'm saying? Like, Tim is just not ready for a woman like that. But Alex asking his friends that is some new millennial shit that's going to get people in fucking trouble. Being 44 years old, I just can't see myself meeting my girl's friends for the first time. And we supposed to be sitting down. We supposed to be having fun. We supposed to be chilling. And they're supposed to get to know me as a person. I can't see myself asking my girl's friends, yo, tell me about the nigga she used to date. That's weird energy. But for this younger generation, that's fucking normal. Tell me about the girls he used to date. If you just subscribe to my channel for this season, one of the biggest key things about last season when I did my series of videos on Chelsea, crazy Chelsea, one of the things I want people to take from me, I want you to try to apply to your life, especially if you're going through trouble in your relationship, is all the bad shit that happened to you. If you're a woman and you had a bunch of niggas cheat on you, if you're a guy, you had a bunch of women cheat on you, do you dirty. Those things are at your forefront because that's all you know. So when you get into a good relationship, every fucking day you wake up, your goal is to create new memories. Your goal is to stockpile so many good memories that is clogging your brain that you're not thinking about that bullshit. When you do nothing, and a lot of times when you're in love, we all say this, like, yo, we ain't even got to have the TV on. We can just sit here and talk with no TV on. Dwell into that. You did nothing and it was great. And then you went out and it was great. And then you guys went on a vacation. It was great. Then you guys went to work and was texting each other. It was great. Younger people care about insignificant bullshit, and caring about these negative things are blocking you from having positive memories with your current partner. In that, why should you be going to your friends your boyfriend's friends or your girlfriend friends, and y'all sitting down having dinner, they liking you, well, but everything is great. And then you go, tell me about his last relationships. You know what they gotta know about his last relationships and shit? Most of this shit, 95% of shit, what he told them. So it's not the fact that she asked that. It's the fact that what she said after that. She said, so now I got this information in the back of my mind. So she's looking for clues of what his friend said, right? So what if my friend said, I'm trying to answer shit. What if my friend said some shit like, John is very forgetful. Now I'm dating Alex. She like, okay, I'm gonna keep that shit in the back of my mind. So Alex cooks. Alex asked me to take out the trash. I'm sitting on the couch watching the football game and I ain't took out the trash. She asked me to take out the trash. Alex is thinking, this nigga forgot. Just like his friends told me he gonna fucking forget. It's happening right now. No, the fuck it's not. I'm waiting for you to finish cooking. I can rake the shit in the trash. We can clean up the whole kitchen. And now we ain't gonna waste no trash bag. Because now that everything's done, I'm gonna take out the trash after we done. I ain't did nothing wrong. You asked me to take out the fucking trash. I'm waiting till everything done. I'm gonna take out the fucking trash. But because you are sitting up there thinking about what my friend said, you are looking for something. And when you look for something, you will fucking find it. That's what I take from young people now. They worry about shit they shouldn't be worried about. You shouldn't be asking nobody friends to tell them about their fucking exes. Because if I flip that role, if me and you having a perfect date, we hanging out. If I start talking about my exes, you're going to say, yo, why are you so on your exes? Me and you are here now. So if I do it, I'm wrong. But if I'm chilling with you in the present and you go dip into my past, you're right. I don't understand this shit.
And a couple of things, there's nothing wrong with wanting a traditional sense and make that clear to your partner. And if you find a woman who is comfortable with that, do it. Don't clip someone else's wings who has a lot of freedom for themselves. Another point that you brought up was that you really aren't opposed to being submissive to your husband. And I saw some comments on my TikTok. So I'm glad that you mentioned that because
we at 6. I cannot break down every time she leads or we'll be here all fucking day. I just got to let her get away with fucking leading. This is disgusting, my nigga.
I was curious. Like some people had the perception that you are a woman who would be submissive to her husband and let him lead, not submissive in an abusive way, but let him lead. Okay. If you
why can't Alex say this?
To feel like you could. So did you have?
Why can't Alex say this? Why do you have to say this, fam? God. You are the type, you won't do this because I know your brain real good from watching. I have analyzed. I know everything. I'm going to help. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Just ask Alex the question and let us hear what Alex thinks. Why she got to say all of this?
Have the security and safety to be submissive.
No, and that's why I could not get into that position or headspace with him because I felt like.
Can we stop with the self-care week? Like, what if we did adult week?
My defenses were literally always.
So not used to it.
I honestly felt like I was walking on eggshells most of the relationship because going into meeting each other for the first time face to face, the first night in Mexico, off camera, he had said to me, I just want you to know I'm not myself right now. I'm still getting adjusted to all these cameras. I haven't been home. Just bear with me. So I gave him a lot of grace, and I put up with a lot of stuff because I was still trying to give him that, time to get readjusted, because I honestly felt in a lot.
Yo, this is going to come back to Hunt Alex. Just so we clear, the new information Alex gave us is that Tim pulled her to the side, and Tim cared about her enough to go, I look a little fucking different. I know I ain't chipper like I was in the pods. So it's best at this moment that I go through details and explain to my fiance why I'm feeling this way, so she'll have the information to know why I'm different. Remember this. Remember this.
A lot of other people felt this person who was in the pods is not the same person. Even the guys had said it. Some of the girls had said it. They're like, we all dated him. This is not the same Tim. And I said, he says he's just not himself. So I don't know if it was a performance, or if he just felt to be different.
There we go, right there. There we go. I want to make this clear because I know I got some motherfucking Tim haters. Taylor, and my audience knows, people who have been watching me, I have a full fucking video on all the horrible shit and the wrong choices Tim made. I am critiquing Alex. This video is titled Alex. So don't come at me like I'm taking up for Tim. This is about Alex. You want to know about Tim? I got a whole fucking video breaking Tim ass down. This is about Alex. All right? When I go on my channel and I tell y'all the biggest problem in relationships in 2024 is trust. And when I say trust, I don't mean cheating. Cheating is easy. Don't stick your dick in another person. Women, don't go sleep with another man. That's easy. Cheating is like a light switch. Black and white. Don't do it. It is the nuances of trusting when your partner tells you day-to-day life things. Alex just broke down that Tim cared about her so much he went into detail to tell Alex, this is why I appear to be a little different. Because she didn't trust the words out of Tim's mouth, she says, I don't know if this was performative or not. So what this tells me is a man got on his knees and proposed to you, and you accept his proposal to be his wife without trusting him. Guys, I promise y'all, think about the arguments you get into. It is the little shit. If Monday you're arguing about something and it's supposed to be over Monday and your partner thinks it's over, y'all cleared it. Friday, something new happens. You get so upset about Friday, the new thing that happened. You throw back in their face what happened Monday. That means when they thought that the argument was clear and it was settled Monday, you lied to them because you did not trust them. You did not trust what they told you Monday. So it's still in your mind, and you bring it back up again in the new thing that happened Friday. The number one problem we got in relationships is 2024 is the everyday little trust. Little shit. Them little shits become a cancer. They're a tiny hole, and they end up opening wide until the relationships explode and it's over with. Alex has just told me that nothing happened. This is before their argument when she called him a little bitch. This is them arriving at the island. So what happened before the island? They head over heels in love with each other. Everything been great. Because he in a space with someone with everything been great, he felt open enough to come and tell her why he feel the way he feel, and she didn't trust him.
In the pods than he was in real life, but he was always aware of who I was. And, I do cook and I do clean, and everyone says I don't, but I do. But it wasn't even a time where he wanted to even go to the grocery store with me so we could learn.
I've been dying to take up for Alex on one point. I've been dying to take up for Alex on this. Alex has the reputation of having a trashy, nasty ass place. Like, she does not clean. I didn't see that. Yes, I saw her apartment. All y'all shocked. What the fuck you mean? Clothes was everywhere. Did you guys see any trash? What did you see besides clothes? This reminds me of the Nick doesn't look like a football player argument. Hannah thought Nick was going to have big muscles. Nick told her he was a punter. Nick's body shape looks 100% like a punter. Alex not only told Tim she designs clothes, she told the entire world. When Alex opens her door and I go into her apartment, Alex's apartment didn't look like some junky, nasty motherfucker. Alex's apartment looked like somebody who designs clothes. Somebody who has not got big enough to have their own fucking factory yet. They're starting from ground zero. Her apartment, like, somebody could tell me they design clothes and shit, and I don't know if I believe it. If I went on a first date with Alex, and our first date is so good, y'all know them first date where you go to the apartment later. We lit our margaritas and shit, and I'm going back to Alex's apartment. She opened the door, and I see all these clothes everywhere like that. The only thing I'm thinking is, oh wow, this motherfucker really into clothes. A lot of people don't even know the red dress Alex had on at the reunion. She made that motherfucker from scratch. She made that dress from fucking scratch. And if you go look at her Halloween costumes, you go look at the shit she wears, you see this is a motherfucker who proficient with the sewing machine. She proficient at doing this stuff. So I feel bad for Alex that she getting this rap like she this nasty fucking person. I didn't see one shred of trash or anything in her apartment. I saw a bunch of fucking clothes because she literally makes clothes. That's why I just want to take over for her on that.
Learn, what do we like to eat? What does that look like? Or we can do this. So I didn't feel like I could really be put in that space with him because it still felt very.
So let me clear this up for Struggle Streams. He says she must be using her clothes. No, hold on. She knew. No, I posted the wrong one. He said she knew cameras were coming and Tim was coming over, still didn't put in the effort to tidy up. I don't know how long you've been watching Love Is Blind. However your apartment is, when you get on that motherfucking plane, I don't know if it was Tyler, but someone said, and even on other seasons, some people, they know a month in advance. Some people know 2 days in advance. However your place is, the day you fly, that's it. You're not going back. You're going from pods, vacation, the apartment they got for you all, until you go back. That's why a lot of people were caught off guard in previous seasons. But how was she caught off guard? Clothes. Clothes.
Very casual, I guess. And he was just like, if I didn't get something right, it turned into an argument. And I don't know, that was the communication barrier we would have.
I agree.
Okay. So you guys had different communication styles in the
sure.
experience.
Mm-hmm.
What is your communication style?
So I always say, like, he's type A, I'm type B. I can be a little lax the days ago with certain things, just because I feel like my energy needs to be pushed on other things. I have so much going on. And if I give too much something of a certain amount of energy, I don't want it to be bigger than what it is. That's why you see me saying, if we're talking about dishes, if we're talking about the trash or text message or whatever, like, that is something so little to me.
And also too, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Like, do you guys understand when you make clothes? When you make clothes, that means that Alex went to a thrift store and it may be some shit she don't even like. Throw that in the bag. Throw it in the bag. Throw all that shit in the bag. Take that whole bag. Boom. Dump that shit out of the crib. Go to this thrift store. Go to this place. Call in this fabric. Shit everywhere. And a lot of fucking intelligent people, we are not organized. I can tell you right now, I'm not organized. If I was organized, hell, I would have just did this whole background like this. Had my shit set up no matter where I'm at. I am a disorganized person like that. When you're so focused on something, like this happens. This happens a lot. Certain things you see, or even with people who are really intelligent or people who are genius, They said one of the remarks of a genius, they have the sloppiest handwriting ever. Like, you don't care about the fluff. You care about the goal. If you don't care about the fluff, you care about the goal. Fuck this apartment. Throw all these motherfucking clothes all around. Put that rack over there. Put that goddamn hanger rack over there. All the shit. I'm gonna design the fuck out this shit. Like, it makes. I'm saying, to me, her apartment made sense. Made sense to me.
That could easily be communicated, but when there's other stuff like, you know, family and work, stuff that I have to put my energy towards, I'm going to give it that. But we definitely had communication issues from probably day 2 of the minute after our argument. We had actually had a conversation, me and him, and he said, do you feel like we're compatible? And I said, I do feel like we're compatible. I just feel like we have a communication barrier that we need to adjust to. But I feel like I'm the only one compromising, and I need you to try to compromise for me. And we have to learn, because Tim's not a bad person.
Right.
I just think he's just used to a certain style, but he doesn't budge.
I agree.
I budge, but
I agree 1000%. I keep looking at the camera because I'm so used to filming on my camera, but I forgot the camera is my computer. I keep doing this. I agree 1000% with what she's saying right now. Like, Tim does not budge. And this is what I'm saying. I got to realize I'm older than these people, bro. Like, I've fallen from the mistakes Tim made, and I hope Tim can grow like I grew. Like, I had this idea of how a relationship would be. And if I dated a woman in my 20s, she moved anyway outside that idea, we argued all the fucking time because I just knew I was fucking right. You couldn't convince me I'm right. You're just fucking wrong. And it was over the smallest shit. Like, shit that I look back now and like, nigga, you a bitch. You was tripping over some little ass shit, nigga. Like I look back at my past, like, if Alex would have called me a little bitch, I was a little bitch. You know, you have to learn, you have to grow. You have to understand what it means to be in a relationship. Like, a lot of this shit don't fucking matter.
I'll budge the point of where now I'm not myself. And now I'm exhausted. And now that's why when you saw me at the breakup scene, I was just kind of over it at that point. We had argued so much every day, and it would just be over something so little every time. And when it could just be, we just could have just talked about it. So it would just blow up every time.
I really felt so much empathy for you this entire experience.
Here we go. 7. Where we at? 7, 8.
I do feel
7, 8. Where are we on her leading fucking questions? I lost count. Are we on 7 or 8?
I feel empathy for Tim as well. I fully believe him that he didn't feel like himself. The presence of cameras, adding somebody into your life, potentially feeling misunderstood at every corner, as each of you did. However, he handled it differently than you. You touched on the fact that other people felt like he was different. What was the difference?
So
the question was, what was the difference?
Guys say he was so much fun in the pods. They were always joking. They were always having like just so much fun. And then with me and him, he was playful, and he was really, really, really sweet. And I just felt like he was like a big teddy bear. But then when I met him and then we're interacting, I was like, oh, you really are a military guy. Like, I didn't get military. I knew he was in the Navy. I knew he had gone to war, but I did not get military in the pods at all.
So
the biggest thing that I think, like, I'm not going to say I mean the audience and YouTubers, we talked about it, but I don't think we stressed how big it was. And it was his love for being antagonistic. We're not talking about their argument. Like, looking back on that shit a second time, Alex had one fucking wish. Chill on this dog shit. Alex was at the reveal. This is the reveal. I want to marry you. We're seeing each other face to face. Tim would not let that shit go. Like, I wanted to scream at the camera, yo, my nigga, chill. Alex stood up, smiled at him, and like, the one thing, she's trying her hardest. Alex is trying her fucking hardest. Like, I want to express to him I don't like it. But this is our reveal. This is supposed to be all great. So Alex got this big fucking smile on her face. And as soon as Alex be like, this is the only thing I didn't like. It's the dog. Roo, the dog. Tim, you need to figure out that shit. You need to figure out why the fuck you wanted to buy that goddamn shirt when a girl says she didn't like that color. You need to figure out why the fuck you went to uncomfortable levels to continue to do this small shit. Like, to me, it's more in that than we have been talking about. More in that. Why do you feel this need? Is this some fucking anger and shit? You want to come at people because your sister's passed away? Or like, what the fuck is it? Because this is not normal, bro. This is not normal. When, like, to meet your person that you have fallen in love with and see them for the first time, and they meet your physical attraction and you meet theirs and everything great, why take a great moment and just, I want to pick, I want to poke, I want to poke, I want to poke, I want to poke, I want to poke. It's a lot of shit in that I feel that we have covered online, because there has been no argument at this time. There's only been great things, and he still wants to do this.
In the pods, as you're talking to Tim, who was your other connection, if you don't mind sharing?
Tyler, and then a little bit Tamar at the end, but it was really Tyler. And they always joked with us because it was Ashley, Alex, Tyler, Tim, and the A's and the T's, and so people would get them confused. And I'm like, how is this happening?
Okay, so what made you go with Tim?
I didn't get on a deep level with Tyler. It was always fun. Like, me and Tyler would laugh. Like, he's really funny. We would just laugh and joke in the pods every time we talked, but then that was it. And I remember one date we had, I was like, oh yeah, I talked about you to my producer today. And he's like, oh, what did you say? I was like, I said I really like you, but we just don't get there. And he was like, yeah, we don't. And that was the last time I saw him.
You're right. Yeah.
Like, okay.
You're like, okay, so that's out.
We're done here.
At least you were saved the whole love triangle situation, that Lelio, Brittany, Hannah, that match.
I don't know. I'm getting from how Alex want to work through things that's a cute smile, by the way, but I got to pause on. I'm getting that she probably would have stayed and tried to work it on with Tyler too. Like, Tyler got lucky this season because so many women would be falling for that shit.
Yes.
It's so funny.
So you mentioned that you and Tim had disagreements since day 2. And that was actually one of my questions, because I wanted to get to Mexico next, because that seemed like the canon event. But finding out that you guys have had other disagreements,
what do you want to
when
debate
you
over?
had those, do you feel like you were given space, or were your boundaries respected during those disagreements?
No. And even when I've explained this, I feel like people still took it a different way.
I'll tell you why.
And so I kind of actually do want to clear the air on that as well. So when it came to Mexico, yes, I had my own reservations about family, but regardless, as you saw, I'm very close to my family, and my dad and I talk every day. So going into day 15, 16, whatever, not speaking to him was weighing on me. And then of course people, have been drinking and partying, and it's just your emotions just are heavier at that point. But when I got to the hotel room, I had explained it's not you. I just want to go take a shower and go to bed. That literally was not good enough. And I don't know who else thinks that's not.
You asked Alex, if you see this video, you asked, who was that not good enough for? Me. You want to know why it wouldn't have been good enough for me? What was bothering you? What was bothering you was that your father with MS was moved into a home, a care facility. That's the real issue. I'm lit, having the time of my life with my fiance and everything going great, and you walk away like that and you don't explain anything. Why couldn't you just say those fucking words? This is where it comes back to hunt you of what you just said Tim did. Tim recognized I'm not in the right space. People may take me the wrong way. The least I need to do is to explain to my partner why I'm acting different. Hey, Alex, I'm being overwhelmed right now. It's the cameras. Tim went through great details. You had no reservations about it because he did that for you as his fiance. When people came to you and asked, why is Tim different? You were able to respond to them because Tim gave you the details. Tim can't say shit. Yeah, I know we was all having fun. It was all great, all smile and laughs. I don't have no idea why my fiance is crying on the fucking floor in the bathroom. I have no idea. What'd she say? She says, not me. I asked you one better, Alex. And I'm only taking your words, the words you've put out on interviews and the reunion. You said that not only did Tim tell you in great details what he was worried with, but when y'all broke up, you got onto Tim. You said, I cannot fix something if I don't know what happened. You have to be open and transparent with me. That's what you said when Tim broke up with you. But you're telling us now that you were not open and transparent with Tim. I would be worried too. I would be worried too.
Not good enough, but unfortunately,
No. This is what we're not gonna do. This is what we're not gonna do. After having this space, Alex is saying the start of what took place. Meaning, Alex isn't saying Tim is being rude. He hasn't had the opportunity to. She isn't saying Tim is being disrespectful. He hasn't had the opportunity to. Alex is saying right at the beginning, she couldn't just tell her fiance. And what about this reassurance and shit that women always ask for? Y'all don't think we need reassurance too? Baby, it's not you. It's something with my family that's going on with my dad. I'm not in a proper space to talk about it because it's hitting me so deeply. But I love you. Everything with us is so fucking great. We don't have any issues at all. Just give me a little bit of moment. I'm going to gather myself, and then I'm going to come in and tell you because you're my partner. And you're the person I'm not ready to tell nobody. But when I'm ready to talk about it, you're the first person I want to talk to because you're the man I want to marry. What the fuck is wrong with what I just said? Ain't that what y'all asked for us men? What the fuck is wrong with what I just said? Because that's exactly what Tim did for her.
like that just wasn't good enough for him at the moment. And it wasn't him just saying
burnout. We all experience
burnout, but it looking like that kind of burnout you got, fam.
you, and I was trying to be there. He was not supportive. In that moment, he led with yelling, like led with aggression and led with his hand like in my face.
I don't agree with nothing she's saying. And this will forever be an opinion. So if somebody said that Tim yelled with aggression, I'll let him have it. If I say Tim didn't yell, you gotta let me have it. Because we'll never fucking know, because Netflix needs to update their shit and understand that these cast members are now smart enough to have this shit off camera. No one will ever be right. Now, the best thing we could do is say why we feel the way we feel. I know a lot of pompous, arrogant jerks. Pompous, arrogant jerks don't press forward, they lean back because they think that they're right. We saw Tim leaning back at the reunion. We saw Tim leaning back after their first argument. We saw Tim leaning back when he broke up with her. We saw when Tim wanted to do something nasty and disgusting to hurt her feelings by saying, I think we both can agree, I'll never want to see you again. When Tim wants to be disrespectful, he never yelled. Ever. I don't have any example. I have examples of him being an asshole. I have an example of him thinking he's always right. I have an example of all this bad shit, but in his bad shit, there are different kind of guys. There are guys that's going to yell at you. And there's guys that think they're such assholes, they never fucking yell. I can only go by what I saw. Tim showed me the asshole that doesn't yell. Watch this right here. Taylor said at the reunion he was better than her speak. Actually, she spoke more than Tim. However, did Tim yell? Did Tim yell? Did Tim yell at the reunion? We saw Tim at his worst. Did he yell? So why the fuck would I just, with no evidence, just assume Tim yelled? I don't fucking know. Maybe he yelled. I have no. We are saying subjective opinions on what we think. No one will ever be right. I'm merely explaining to you why I feel the way I feel. I know niggas that yell. I know that shit quit fast and hurry. He finna yell at her. I know pompous jerks. Tim never yelled. I never saw Tim yell. I saw Tim, whether I disagree with Tim, Tim felt like he was so fucking disrespected on that reunion. He was so fucking angry. He was so caught up at his most angriest and caught up. The nigga still did not yell. I never saw it.
Face. You're going to talk to me. You're going to tell me what's wrong.
When we think about aggression, she said Tim yelled. Tim led with aggression. Tim yelled with pointing his finger in my face. Never saw that shit. But who did I see being aggressive? Who admitted to being aggressive? Who admitted to calling somebody a little bitch? Who admitted to putting their hand up whether you touch the guy or not? Who admitted that? Alex. When I say shit, it's fact. Tim never went. Show me Tim. Nope. I saw the reunion 5 times. Show me what Tim admitted he yelled. Tim never admitted he yelled. Ever. He never admitted he yelled. Show me that shit. I'll delete my channel.
Why are you upset? Who said something to you? And when you saw that I said, Hold
on. Let me debate my comment section. Taylor says, Tim acknowledged that Alex was not aggressive physically. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? And this is me being open-minded because the first video I made that's on this channel that I have not deleted, I said, ain't that bad that she put her hand up over his mouth. Not touching his mouth, just put her hand up. I watched Little Black 91 and I listened to people who have a different opinion than me. And he explained how this is still a level of controlling somebody. Even in the smallest moments, shh, that's control. Shut up, nigga. That's trying to control somebody, another grown adult. That's it. There's no way around that. That is somebody trying to control somebody and then calling them a little bitch. You're not gonna call me a little bitch and then try to put your hand in front of my mouth. And even now that I'm saying out loud, even if Tim says it's not, Tim is not Sean. I can still feel that that's a form of aggression. I don't have to agree with Tim simply because he was in the situation. I can look at the words out of Alex's mouth. And if Alex tells me, I just went up and put my hand over his mouth, I didn't touch him, I can take the information she gave me and I can base my opinion on whether that's aggressive or not. Nope. Taylor, you're being emotional right now. You said Tim said his voice carries that can be seen as yelling. Tim voice carried in the reunion. He wasn't yelling. How do you know Tim isn't talking about that? Like, why aren't we going by what we see? I see a man who do a lot of shit I don't fucking like that I just simply wouldn't do. Number one, if my girl passes out on the couch for an hour when my parents drive 10 hours, I'm gonna kiss her on the forehead and be like, my baby really want to see y'all. Glad we had this conversation. I wouldn't do that shit. What Tim does is fucking petty. I can critique the bad Tim does, and I don't need to throw everything bad on Tim. I didn't see a man that shows me he yelled. If Tim got into it with a guy and a nigga talking shit, Tim the type of guy be like, I hear you. Come on over here then. Like, hold his mouth tight. I bet you won't come over here though. You talking all that shit, you won't come over here though. Tim ain't gonna yell. Woman calling him a little bitch and all this shit right here. All right, yeah, it's cool, it's cool, cool. You know what I'm saying? Tim ain't gonna yell. He never gave me the personality of a yeller. And since it wasn't on camera, all I can go by what I feel and explain to y'all why I feel the way I feel.
He thought I was calling him insecure. I had said, you're projecting your own insecurity.
I'm so fucking sick and tired of hearing tone matters, because the majority of the time when women say that shit, they're trying to mask what's really important in the disagreement that they're probably blatantly wrong on. For instance, if, like me, we all saw the entire show to include the reunion. Every fucking segment I saw on Tim, he never yelled. But if you subjectively feel that that voice that you heard was too loud, why the fuck should that matter? You called the man a little bitch. If it's fair, this is what I'm saying. Women want men to care about what hurts them. Your tone hurts me. But all of us men are yelling from the rooftops. We want peace. And don't nobody give a fuck. We're yelling from the rooftops. You do not emasculate a fucking grown-ass man. We're yelling this shit. No one cares. Oh, it's okay. He was acting like a little bitch. She called him a little bitch. You brush that shit off. This was the problem with the relationship. I'm going to brush your shit off because we don't truly use empathy. We use sympathy. Empathy is being the other person. That's why I don't like when you say tone matters, because if women are saying you yell, the empathetic part of that is to subconsciously not yell. I'm not yelling. When I don't yell, you switch the game up and say tone matters. What the fuck? I am purposely not yelling because I understand what it does to you. Meanwhile, when we flip the cards over, you called me a little bitch. Ain't no I'm trying in that. Ain't no I'm modifying myself in that. That is, I'm going to egregiously disrespect you in the way that you absolutely said. I'm not modifying anything. You're not talking about my tone. I said you a little bitch. And y'all gonna sit up here and make excuses for it and then wonder why relationships don't work. You have to respect both sides evenly. Evenly. The worst shit that happened, she called him a little bitch. She called her fiance of their first ever argument a little bitch.
Onto me because he had literally said, who said something to you? What did they say about me? And I'm like, nobody said.
Here's the problem with your comment, Taylor. You need that to be true. You need that. You have no idea if this man was yelling and pointing in her face. That's a fact. It is a fucking fact that you don't know that he did that. So in order for you to justify the most foul shit and we wonder why relationships don't work, you need that to be true. Your thing that I got pointed on the screen, it has to be fucking true. Because if it isn't true, you're forced to look at Alex and we don't know. You do not know if Tim yelled in her face and pointed at her. Nigga never pointed. Every time Tim got mad, he leaned further back. Be it after their first argument on the couch, when he broke up with her, at the reunion. All these examples, we got Tim not moving forward to her, not yelling at her. All of a sudden, you want me to blindly believe he jumped up and yelled and pointed at her fucking face when I've never seen that? You need that to be true. So since you don't know, then type a comment to the contrary. What if Tim didn't yell at her? What if Tim didn't put his hand in her face? I'm posting all comments. I don't do no smoke. B. O Drama says the justification So let me break down what that means. B.O. Drama is saying the justification of her calling him a little bitch is he didn't respect her space as expressed and requested. If that's what's going to get you to call me a little bitch, you're on a fucking perfect vacation with me. And I got dropped down on one knee on a proposal. Not only did I propose to you, but I gave you everything I'm asking for. I'm acting different. I deserve to tell you why I'm acting different. I gave you in detail why I'm acting different. It's being too much with these cameras in my face. I allow you to have the information to process that. And you don't do the same for me. I care about you. I don't know what the fuck is going on. For me to question that in a world where women do dumb shit like, I told him something was wrong with me and I walked off. And what happened after that? He respected my space and he didn't come in there. He doesn't care about me. He didn't even come check on me. So I'm going to call him a little bitch. Heavily disagree with your comment. Because they don't care. They don't empathize. They don't put themselves in men's shoes, but constantly want men to reassure them and put them in their shoes. They want it one-sided. If a woman calls me a little bitch, we will never fucking talk again. Like I don't know no way. How many men need to come on social media to express to women how big that is? How many guys? Or just stay fucking single? I don't understand it.
Said anything about you. This has nothing to do with you. And it just kept intensifying and intensifying. And I don't think it's also an excuse to say I'm
going to take up for Alex of how more rational she is than Tim. I like that comment. Still doesn't justify what we talked about earlier. In the instances, y'all know how my channel runs. The person that's more detailed, I lean to that's more right at times. When Tim is pressed, Alex is more detailed. I lean towards Alex. You see how I can call it straight down the middle? I'm not helping a man out. I'm not helping a woman out. I'm calling it exactly as I see it.
Voice carries, because it's kind of just you trying to gloss over the fact or give yourself the privilege or the okay to raise your voice when it's not okay. Your volume is not okay. Your demeanor is not okay. It is not appropriate. You are being very offensive. And
this may not be Alex's fault, but my problem is this whole in the bathroom argument, there's no evidence of it. So I can't go off either side. I can only go off what I saw. I guarantee you, if I met Tim at the club and got into an argument with him, he thinks he's so fucking smarter than everybody on earth. He's not going to get loud with me. There are human beings that's built like that. That don't mean that they're a better person. You're just a jerk that won't get loud. But nothing of the person that Tim showed that he yells and screams. That's why I'm going off that only.
I did not feel safe in that moment. And not saying I didn't feel like he would do something physical. I just didn't feel safe to even open up to him because now
this is going to bite Alex in the ass. I want y'all to remember this because I'm going to come back to this and this is going to fuck Alex up. Alex has been saying the entire time she didn't feel safe. It took Alex to this particular interview to say, when I said I don't feel safe, I don't mean like he'll physically harm me. I meant like safe with my emotions to express myself. It took her to this interview. I want y'all to remember that as she contradicts herself when she goes off on Tim in this interview.
Yelled at. So.
Right.
Yeah.
And as all of this is happening, cameras are outside of your room and you're not wanting things to
I'm trying to let it play, but people who comment making themselves look bad. Listen to what Taylor said and watch the difference. Taylor said, but you agree Alex called Tim the B word and we did not see it, but you don't agree that Tim may have pointed in her face. It doesn't add up. Yes, it does, boo-boo. Tim didn't say that he pointed a finger in his face. We don't know what happened. We don't have the evidence of it. That adds up. Alex admitted to calling him a little bitch. Not only did Alex admit that, Alex doubled down on that at the reunion. I called you a little bitch because you was acting like a little bitch. What more fucking evidence? It's like your comment is saying that like, John, you don't agree Mark broke into the fucking bank. Mark saying he didn't, there's no evidence of him doing it, but you agree that fucking Jacob robbed the liquor store, and Jacob flat out told us he robbed the fucking liquor store. Your comment doesn't make sense. With all due respect, that's not equivalency. That's not. Alex admitted to calling him a little bitch. Two people was involved. Tim said she called him a little bitch. She said she called him a little bitch. Why the fuck would I not believe she called him a little bitch? The fuck?
Get to them and be recorded, correct?
So it was my two producers that were outside. I didn't want them to go bring cameras. We didn't have cameras exactly outside of our room. We had two producers.
Got it.
And they were waiting on us to give them our phone back. And I could not calm down. I was like, I can't even open the door because you're yelling. And I need you to calm down before I go back out there. And they were literally just waiting. And I didn't know how thin the walls were. Like, we're in the bathroom.
Hey, B.O. Drama, would you agree with Taylor's statement? Both of y'all are pretty much saying the same thing, because I want you to think I'm not posting a statement. Both of y'all saying the same thing. Here's the problem with that. The problem is 3 words. I don't know. If a YouTuber comes out here and they say for a fact that Tim was yelling and screaming and pointing his hand in the face, I'm not going to go in their comment section and say that they're wrong. I'll look at their shit and be like, you don't know that. So when I tell you, I have saw no evidence from the personality that I got from Tim that he's a yeller. I think he goes the opposite direction of being pompous, arrogant jerk. Even when I logically explain that to you, and that logical explanation is, I don't know. It can make all the logic in the world, and Tim could have yelled and pointed at her. The difference between me and you guys is that you guys are saying for a fact that he yelled and pointed at her, even though you don't know. I'm saying why I don't think he did it, but I'm also making it a point to show he could have, because I don't know. Now you tell me who's wrong.
Bathroom of our hotel, and they're outside of our hotel room, and he was yelling that loud that I felt like they could hear him. So yeah, no, I just didn't want the cameras to potentially be a thing.
And you've already mentioned, you know, like you've had relationships in the past. Everybody has their own things that come up in relationships, and it may just be, you know,
9 or 8.
I don't feel
leading,
safe either
she's still leading
myself or otherwise when someone's tone outweighs mine, or when there's not a lapse in space in the air for me to respond. You just feel wildly misunderstood.
Yeah.
And this started because I think you said on another platform, you were all that happened was you were emotional, missing your parents. You were feeling the same emotion.
So even though you can run this video, I'm gonna do it again for you. I said, I don't think Tim yelled, and I'm gonna show you why I feel the way I feel. And before I said that, as you can go earlier, I said, we don't know. The only thing we can do is say why we feel the way we feel. I literally said that word for word. So I'm going to show you why I feel Tim did not yell at her, even though I don't know. I clearly said that earlier, but I'll repeat it. I don't think that Tim yelled at her. I don't think Tim yells at anybody. I think he's too fucking arrogant to fucking yell. I think he always thinks he's right, which is going to be a big reason why he's going to always struggle in any relationship. He doesn't give to his partner. He doesn't listen to his partner. He never once asked Alex how she feel about any fucking thing, which is why he's going to always struggle. Everything I'm saying now, I said earlier in this same video. All I did was explain why I feel the way I feel while acknowledging we will never know. That's true that I said that.
Emotions that Marissa was feeling about Ramses towards Tim, and you just really wanted the space for yourself. And I feel like
why are you telling her she wanted the space?
Similar, so please correct me if I'm misunderstanding. But I'm the type of person where when I can't best communicate myself, I'd rather take some time.
No one gives a fuck about
because
you.
I'm so emotional that perhaps.
If y'all think I'm being hard on this interviewer, this is what I say before I interview anybody. I literally look in the mirror and say, don't nobody give a fuck about you, John. Don't nobody give a fuck about me. It's not about me. Go on here and set it up for them to speak their mind. Yet this interviewer keeps leading the fuck. This is the 9th or 10th time she keeps leading her. Now she put her own shit into it. We don't give a fuck. Do the interview. After it's over, make a video like I'm making saying your opinion. Don't do the shit in the fucking interview.
So what I'm feeling may not be articulated well. And that's a good enough reason to just not want to have a conversation in that moment.
Yeah, over the years, I've been the type who has what you say word vomit. And one of my boundaries that I have with myself is if I'm in a very emotional space, I do not speak like immediately, because I don't want to speak out of emotion and say something that is just coming simply from emotion and not logic. I didn't want to say anything that would be offensive, or even just, I always like to take time to process and just take a moment. And at that moment, I didn't want to lash out on him because I'm upset when it literally had nothing to do with him. So that's why I'm just like, I need a second. And that's all I.
If you disagree with this, that's on you. To say that Alex could not have simply told Tim, baby, this has nothing to do with you, which she said. However, this is about my dad and my family, and I caught a moment. I'm very, very stressed out. Can you give me a second? I wanted to let you know that this is about my dad, because I don't want you running around here thinking it's about you, because I love you. And I want to give you the same care that you gave me when you were different, upset, and you told me the specific reason why. Tim was robbed of that. She wants to run off, be upset on a fucking island on a pre-honeymoon, don't say no details at all, and be shocked that a nigga is fucking worried. To say that she couldn't muster that one sentence. This is about my father going to a home. Baby, give me some space in the bathroom, and we'll come and talk about this a little bit later. I love you. You've done nothing wrong, and I'm glad that I got you here. And when I come out of this, the only person I want to talk to is you about it. You're fucking biased if you think that's wrong.
Needed, and I wasn't granted that. But
and had he ever communicated to you, like, because we all carry our traumas, so like had he ever communicated to you at any point when we drop a conversation?
Fact, you literally don't know his reaction because it wasn't filmed. You have no idea what his reaction was. The only evidence we have of someone being aggressive is Alex by calling him a little bitch. You don't know. I don't know, and you don't know. Anything you can say is subjective. The only fact you know is that Alex called him a little bitch. You want to believe it because it would make rational sense to you if he did those things. She called him a bitch. That's not fair.
And it makes me feel abandoned. Or had anything ever been communicated behind the scenes that may explain why he can't drop something?
No, we hadn't gotten that far yet. Where we had to deal with adversity and how we handle it, what happens, stuff like that. I guess we just had to go through it.
Absolutely.
And see in the moment. But I know for me, my one thing that I did have with us is I would always tell him, like, I don't want to go to bed angry. So I knew I was going to talk to him before, but that was.
If you don't give me space, I'm going to call you a little bitch. If you worry about why I just ran off on what we all was having a great time, Alex said this happened while they were all talking and drinking and having fun together with all the couples. If everything seems perfectly normal and I run off and you come and worry about while I'm running off, I'm going to call you a little bitch. I don't want to be with nobody like that. I don't want to date nobody like that. You're going by yourself, especially if I gave you the details.
The one rule I had. I said, I just don't want us to go to bed angry with each other. And for about like 8 nights that we were together, we went to bed angry. And I don't know. I just felt like in that relationship, my boundaries and what I wanted out of it were never really fully respected. And I just felt like I was losing myself.
And I feel like this is important to clarify for anyone who's listening.
I don't know what a girl is to do, but if you're saying instead of talking and having a conversation with your partner like all loving couples should do, and you feel that you should call a man a bitch, then maybe a guy shouldn't date you. That you asked me for my opinion, that's my opinion. To think that you can have a successful relationship, and when you think that you should call, if I gotta call you a bitch, let's reverse that, Christina Danielle. If I ever feel that somebody I'm dating, they push me to the point where I want to call this woman a bitch, I probably should leave the relationship. I probably should really. I probably shouldn't. If there should never be a time in a relationship, and I think this is also something I'm finding out that society got wrong. Society teaches us that, like, no matter how loving the relationship is, at one point y'all are gonna fucking hate each other. I hate that is being taught to people. I get it. I'm not an idiot. I get why they saying that. You go through trials and tribulations in life, but you can have a successful relationship without it ever getting that far. You can be married 50 fucking years and never get that far. All it takes is communication. All y'all making excuses for Alex is forgetting the fact that Alex didn't communicate with her partner. Alex and Tim went through the same shit. Tim arrived on that island. He felt a certain way. He knew he would look a certain way. So Tim decided to communicate with his partner and tell Alex why. Alex felt a certain way. She decided it'd be best to not communicate with her partner, give him any fucking details. You should be able to go through a successful relationship without ever feeling the need to call your partner a little bitch. And if it gets to that point, maybe you should be in a relationship.
Because so in Mexico, that's when your boundaries were completely disregarded. But in other disagreements, was the communication style the same? Him not drop.
How do I know what? I don't know what you're asking. Be clear so I can respond back. This unsafe word that y'all use is very dangerous. I'm gonna show y'all why a little bit later when she accuses Tim. I'm gonna show you her hypocrisy. I never demonize that, other than the fact that I added on so many times when y'all play these fucking games that when you ask a guy this and he actually does it, it comes across that he didn't fucking care because he didn't try. You create a society. I said I wanted space, and the nigga left me. He was just chilling. He was just. One time I was in a relationship, and a woman asked me for space. She was mad about something. She said she wasn't mad at me. To find a way to reassure her, I went in the living room while she was in the room, and I'll start being silly with her children. I wanted her to hear me happy and playing with her children, so that whenever she decides that she's ready to talk, she already hears I'm in a happy space. This is the only reassurance I can provide for her because she said she wanted space. It was taken as I went out and played with her fucking kids and I didn't give a fuck about what she was saying. When you create this kind of environment for men that we damned if we do, we damned if we don't, why play all these fucking games? Why play all these fucking games? You damned if you do, you damned if you don't. So I'm not demonizing her. I'm saying the truth that y'all are making this stretch. Even if she said, like, leave me some space, and he was still at the door like, baby, I'm worried. We don't know what happened. We don't know if that was concern. We don't know if that was contempt. We don't know if that was hate. We don't know if that was yelling and arguing. We don't know what the fuck happened. That is a fact. That's a fact.
Dropping a conversation, or did you also did you have that feeling more times than just Mexico prior?
Like just him not speaking or something? Yeah.
Yeah, like shutting you down
Yeah.
or pushing a conversation when you're not able to.
Mm-hmm. It happened a few times. One conversation we had in particular, I remember we were filming, I think it was the last day in Mexico. And when we were filming, he whispered in my ear, he's like, oh, remind me to tell you something when we're done. And I was like, okay. And then when cameras left.
I know how to solve all y'all issues. I'm going to help y'all out. What game? Alex clearly communicated what she needed. Hold on. Let me go back up and post some more of this. Alex clearly asked for space. Then you know what? Since he didn't provide that space, she should have called him a little bitch. And that's the magical way that works out to a successful relationship. Y'all don't care.
We're just on the couch, just like, relax.
Like I am noticing about society though, like, and it's not just women don't give a fuck about what men needs and wants. I although I'm biased because I am a man, like no party cares about putting themselves in the other party's shoes. Asking for space is not a woman's issue. A lot of men ask for space. A lot of women jump in front of that door so they can't walk out the fucking room, which is controlling and manipulative, and they'll make excuses with their girlfriends or why they do bullshit like that. Asking for space is not inherently to one side or the other. What's respected is a man knows how vile it is to call a woman a little bitch. What's not respected is women knowing how vile it is to call a man a little bitch.
Relaxing, and he was like, oh, I forgot to tell you. I didn't like.
I literally just said it. You must be behind on the stream.
Knowing how to open up.
I literally just said it.
And I was just like,
why would you write this comment if I just said that? Please explain that to me. Why would you write that comment if I just said that?
I'm a bartender. It was just a joke. I don't actually think you can open a beer bottle, but I'm literally a bartender, like 10 years in the game. And so I don't know. And so he was just like, well, you would like to embarrass me. And I'm like, I really wasn't trying to. And that turned into, you're not listening. And I'm like,
Papa John's is rolling back prices for a limited time.
I'm trying to just understand why you thought that and how we can adjust moving forward, because my humor, if you don't like my humor, that's also going to be kind of an issue, because I also don't want to offend you, but what do I have to change?
I'm still waiting for the
and he kind of took that as, you're not listening to me, and you just have to understand that if I say this is how it goes. If I say I'm upset about it, and leave it at that. Can't really be a discussion. And that's kind of how he handled a lot of things, which was, if I'm upset, I'm going to tell you I'm upset.
When she says this about Tim, she's exactly right. only issue I have is like you do the same shit. That's what I'm saying. Like I have a whole video calling out all the horrible shit Tim does wrong and why he'll never be in a successful relationship. But Alex claims in this interview that she acknowledges her wrong, and she doesn't. You literally you did the same thing to Tim. You want it your way. My nigga, I don't give a fuck how crazy you feel. I don't give a fuck about none of that, my nigga. Leave me the fuck alone, even though you did nothing to me. I don't want to give you no details like you gave me details. It's my way or the highway. I'm calling out Alex because no one is calling out Alex. I'm not justifying Tim because I have always broken down all the wrong shit Tim does. The only issue is when I call out Alex for the things that she does. People have an issue with that.
Upset, you say you're sorry and move on. No dissecting it, no understanding what made you upset, no just understanding the whole thing as a whole. It was just, that's it. And that's
the women on my stream, they're not ready to acknowledge that. They're not ready to acknowledge that she never disagreed with Tim. She agreed with Tim. Tim said, you said you needed the space. I tried to leave, but you wouldn't let me leave. Because if they agreed, even though Alex said it, no, Tim said it, Alex agreed. Both people there agreed. Tim is trying to leave to give her the space. If they acknowledge that, then they have to go back on all the shit they said. She said she wanted space. She said she wanted space. Tim is trying to leave. This is the bias that you see in people. The man tried to fucking leave. They're not ready to deal with that though.
I like to talk things out. I like to have a better understanding. And so that's where we clashed a lot. So
I want to be completely fair to Tim as I do this, because I really think that vocabulary is important. But I want to ask some of the things that bothered Tim, you calling him a bitch, okay, in a comment. The comment he made at the reunion, y'all women want someone.
I'm going to try to help you out, B.O. Drama, because I don't like people embarrassing themselves. You will never, ever find a statement I made where I'm hypocritical. In both points, you tried to do this. Both parties agreed. So if both parties agreed, how am I only taking one person's side? Tim said he tried to walk away and she wouldn't let him. Alex, who y'all say have been very detailed, when Tim got something wrong, Alex always called it out. You said I slept all day. No, I didn't. I slept for 1 hour. When Tim said, I tried to leave, you wouldn't let me, Alex agreed. Another example of me looking at two parties involved agreeing. So please show me where I'm hypocritical at.
And to take you so seriously.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah.
It kind of seems like Tim was very easily emasculated. And I want to know if you feel like you were almost unable to express yourself because you need to.
Tim said you slept all fucking day when my parents drove for 10 hours. B.O. Drama. Did Alex stay quiet on that? Tim said you went out partying the night before. Alex said, no, I went partying the night before with my parents, not your parents. Alex was always quick to clap back, sometimes even showing evidence of this. You still want to try to put this on me believing one side? This your girl that you going off the words she say. She never disagreed with Tim. Why did y'all like my video when I said, when they said Nick said grenade, Nick never agreed to the word grenade. I'm praised on pointing that out. He never disagreed. Alex never disagreed when Tim said, I tried to leave. You stood there and you wouldn't let me leave.
Sort of not stroke his masculinity, but I don't even know what other phrase.
Stroke his ego. Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
That's literally what it was. I learned that later, like throughout dating him that, okay, this is something deeper than me. If I called him something else, I don't think he would have reacted like that. But calling him that, and him saying y'all, you were talking to me, who's y'all? So it was just like, it seemed like he was dealing
If
with
I'm
this with
exhausted,
women
I'm
a
allowed
lot.
a person
Like
to
this
leave.
isn't the first time he's experienced this in a relationship.
I sort of had that impression too. So thank you for clearing that up, because it's
Yes, he
just
did.
something that I sort of noticed.
He literally did.
But I think it's fair to say
he literally did. He literally said that. You're wrong. He never said that. He never said that.
Came off very misogynistic when you add all of the comments kind of together.
Yeah.
He did deny that.
Unfortunately, even with
He did
the
deny that.
reunion, I was really
wrong.
looking for clarity, because I think we can all agree it is not because of an app. I did not get broken up because of an app. Like, it was clearly a level of amount of things, and then that was, he just wanted out. But I don't know. I just feel like there was something else deeper that he was dealing with. And I mean, I had even said to him, and not to bring up, what he had went through. And it's really unfortunate, the passing of his sisters, but one of his sisters passed that May.
When you make comments like this, you're showing how biased you are towards women. You said, Tim said words like, y'all women, dude is weird. He may be weird. I'm talking about specific examples. When you say that, it's like you're trying to pit me to the side of men. I can sit on this motherfucking live. All this shit I said about Tim, this pompous, this jerk, this asshole, the way he wants things to only be his way, he will never be successful in a relationship. You will bypass that simply because I'm pointing out flaws and Alex, contradictions and Alex. You're simply trying to paint me as, I can say anything bad about Tim because John is on Tim's side. I'm not on Tim's side. Unless Tim gets the woman Eddie Murphy was supposed to marry at the beginning of Coming to America, he will never be successful in a relationship, because a relationship is looking at both people's feelings, is actually having empathy, caring about your partner. He never showed that to Alex. He never asked about Alex's feelings. He never asked how she felt about things. I can say this till I'm blue in the face. You still gonna point it out like I'm a man sitting up here taking up for Tim with a whole fucking video talking shit about Tim.
So I think he was also still healing and grieving with that, and I don't think he was aware of it. And that was something that we touched on, that he completely pushed out the idea of him still grieving. Oh, I'm fine.
Right.
It was just really hard to work with that when I'm
pointing out Alex's flaws because this Alex interview. This is Alex's interview. I'm pointing out her flaws. Tim do a fucking interview. I do the same thing on Tim.
To get through, try to understand. When like just talking to him.
Hey kids, what do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal? The block.
It sounds like you tried to have a lot of grace, and you mentioned something earlier.
12, misleading. It sounds like you had a lot of grace. Fuck.
Earlier, where you almost felt like depleted after trying so hard to make this relationship work. And one of the questions that I had later, one of the phrases you kept saying was you were committed to seeing this process out to the end. And
if I point out specifically something that I feel that Alex has done wrong, and you completely change the subject to say that Tim is weird or Tim red pill and all this shit, what the fuck they got to do with what I'm saying on the specific subject? It makes it appear as if you're taking up for Alex just because she's a fucking woman. If I'm not talking about that shit at all, that's how it appears.
And it made me wonder if you're typically someone who gives this much grace and potentially falls into like overextending themselves to support their partner. Do you feel like that has happened before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Every relationship. I am very empathetic, but also I try to just give people the benefit of the doubt too many times. That is one of my negative traits. Is I see it like as a positive and a negative, because it gets me in these situations that unfortunately hurt me. I did not with
Well, I strategically, on purpose, said that. I said it. Y'all women do this. When you say y'all men do this.
With him, I did not think the experiment was long enough. So that's why I wanted to see it all the way through, because I'm still learning him every day. I mean, I was going to still be learning him if we got married every day. But up until the wedding, there was still so much that I hadn't been able to get an answer for. So I didn't think it was fair for me to shut it down immediately, still so early in the process when we still had 3 weeks left. But with a lot of relationships, yes, I give people the benefit of the doubt too many times and try to give people grace just because people are human. They make mistakes. Sometimes intentions aren't what they are seen as. So I just try to give people.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm the same way. So like I can relate to you. I'm absolutely the same way. And it's like sometimes you do fall into these positions where you're hurt. Or the place where I'm at now is I've gone to the other side.
We don't care.
I've formed these very rigid boundaries.
We don't care about you.
Unfortunately, if you hurt me a little bit, you might as well have hurt me a lot, because that is a warning sign to me that you are now not a safe
Who gives a
person
fuck?
to me.
Yeah.
You know, so I've seen both sides of that, but I just wanted to validate that, first of all, it's nothing but compassionate of you how you went through this entire experience. So I hope that you don't feel humiliated. I hope you don't regret how you moved through the experience, because looking at you, I think that you are just the kindest and most gracious person. And there's nothing wrong with being a good person.
How the fuck do you know she's a good person? Why does it matter to your interview? You're supposed to be asking questions because we're here to hear more from Alex and her point of fucking view. She's gracious. She's so fucking good. And she called the man a little bitch, waited a whole year later, went on a reunion and said, I called you a little bitch because you was acting like a little bitch. And that's kind and gracious. Get the fuck out of here, my nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
And we should always hold others accountable who take advantage of our empathy. With that being said, I hope that in future relationships, for your own safety, that, or for your, not even safety, but for your own like mental health, like I just hope that you have someone who values you so much that you never have to compromise yourself.
Yeah, that's thank you for that. I appreciate your kind words on that. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. The main thing now is someone who holds an immense amount of compassion and, you know, protection of not I can physically.
This lady talks so much. Alex just said thank you and went on her own thing she wanted to say because she couldn't respond because there was no fucking question. There was no question. What kind of fucking interview is this? Alex is on her own shit now. Thank you, Alex, for providing us with something on your insight, since she wasn't fucking smart enough to ask you some shit to give you an opportunity to do that.
Protect her, like protect my heart, and just be very gracious on you know, me and our relationship, and just compassionate. And
you will get that. I know that you will. That will come to you. Jumping back really quickly. Yeah. When Tim alluded to the fact that things are physical, I'm curious, like, how did you interpret that? Were you more confused or hurt with the reality of the situation?
That, like, even now makes me really upset. Only because first things first, as we know, it did not get physical. Right. And it even got to the point where my job was even questioning me. They know me. They know who I am. But the fact that even my own place of business, like where I work, is questioning my integrity, questioning me as a person. And, you know, I don't know if you've seen, but Tim has had his fair share of oversharing on Instagram with posting our personal text messages and writing paragraph after paragraph after paragraph on his experience. And I just found it kind of alarming and very hurtful that out of him going to the reunion and wanting to say, I'm a 6', 225 black man and wanting to make sure he doesn't look aggressive, you were very quick to make me look aggressive, even though at the reunion you shut it down, but you had all this time to shut it down. You saw how I was getting dragged online. You saw how people were attacking me and saying I was abusive. I mean, he made posts saying, oh, I protect all of, I think 29 of us, you know, I don't play about the 29 people from this show, and, you know, don't try to cyberbully people. But in that moment, I needed him to be very specific. Alex is not abusive, period. And I just needed that to be said. And it's unfortunate that I had to say it and clear my name for him to acknowledge it.
Zorro.com knows that every job is important. It takes a lot to run.
I'm about to go off on Alex. I just don't. I want.
So yeah, that was
absolutely. You touched on something too that
Oh my fucking God. This is the most hypocritical shit ever. But since people want to frame me as taking up for Tim, allow me to say what Tim did wrong. Alex is absolutely fucking right. Like, you should have shut that shit down way further instead of letting the entire world feel that a black woman was physically abusive to you and she wasn't. There's no buts. That's it. All right, we got Tim out the way. So if I can say that about Tim, allow me to critique Alex the same fucking way. Alex just said Tim, she tried to portray it as Tim is so active on social media defending himself. I remember a motherfucker got mad at me saying I'm typing these long ass comments. So you know what I stopped doing? I stopped typing long ass motherfucking comments. I'll wait till I go live, read your goddamn comment that you left on my last video, and answer you during the live. What's the fucking difference? Why is it different that Tim is responding on Instagram defending himself if you can go on a fucking hour video defending yourself? If you can go on multiple videos that are going to get way more views than Tim on his goddamn Instagram, why are you trying to put the focus like he a bad person because he's responding to critique via Instagram? Why is the medium of how he responds important? You're responding in fucking videos. He responded Instagram. That's a no fucking point that you'll use to get people who like you to look at him or view him as a bad person. A response is a response via Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, interview, fucking TMZ. A response is a fucking response. Now, onto your point that Tim allowed a black woman to appear to be physical. This is why I hate that fucking I didn't feel safe bullshit. You allowed Tim to look like an aggressive black man by going and always saying you didn't feel safe. You didn't clear that up until this fucking interview. This interview is when you said, when I didn't feel safe, I meant like my heart to express stuff. So that means during the reunion, during the entire year, during the show coming out, you didn't protect him. You allowed everybody to feel that when you said you didn't feel safe, Tim could possibly cause harm to you physically. This is what I'm saying. People get mad when I call out Alex, but cool when I call out Tim. And they get mad when I say that Alex is a fucking hypocrite. Alex sat on that couch when Tim broke up with her and said, I can't understand if you're not telling me things. She literally shook her fucking hands. But Alex got upset and didn't tell Tim shit. I'm upset. Leave. It's cool when she do it, but it's not cool when he do it. It's cool if he leaves it out here for the world to think that she was physically abusive, but it's not cool if she leaves it out here for the world to think that she wasn't safe, locked in the room with a black guy. It's a problem when I call out Tim, but it's not a problem when I call out Alex. How was Tim doing it first? She said she didn't feel safe with the nigga. And that's childish anyway. That's fucking childish. Unless, this is what I'm saying. Like, Christina, like, some of us show our personality in our comments that we make. You don't mind if she called him a little bitch. Even if you were right. I told y'all, I assume the person I disagree with is right. Even if you're right, even if Tim did it first, then you're saying you're cool with being vindictive. You know the problem with being vindictive? And I said this last season. I said this a year ago on this channel. The problem with being vindictive is that this time in order to be vindictive, you're soaking in negativity in your brain. And when you soak in negativity in your brain and thinking how I can get back at the person, you're taking time away from being positive on your solution of what you want in life. Why is there an issue, Christina, or to anyone, if I say that Tim is wrong for allowing this black woman to be led out to social media to look like an aggressive person that will physically do something to him? But I'm not wrong. But I'm wrong if I call out a black woman to let out to the entire world that she locked in a room with a man alone and she didn't feel safe if she didn't mean it physically. Why am I wrong to call both of them out? That's a question you need to be asking yourself. Alex did not clear that up until this interview, which came out after the reunion where Tim cleared it up. Fact.
And it was actually the next thing I wanted to talk about, which was initially one of the things I loved about Tim was his social media presence and how outspoken he was, specifically around the language that we use and how important it is when talking about black men, black women, to not use vocabulary that attaches false stereotypes. So then to fast forward.
I don't have to know these people. What you said is irrelevant to know the facts. Tim cleared it up at the reunion. Fact. She cleared it up in this interview. She did the same thing Tim did. Fact. Me knowing them is fucking irrelevant.
Forward and see what felt like potentially a lack of care in how he described you.
Yeah.
It was just very disheartening. Like all I can say is that I extend so much empathy for you, and I am a warrior on TikTok with the videos in the comments. Don't talk about Alex. Like, so like, you know, I'm here to say, like, I just think that that's very unfortunate because it really didn't feel very conscious to the point where your only intention, like, if you weren't so cautious of protecting him, you wouldn't have motioned to de-escalate the conversation. It would have been, okay, let's just keep going. Okay. Yeah. But
hold on, because I address all smoke. B.O. Drama said posting private text messages is the same as an interview. Tim gave a lot of his opinion that didn't come from text messages. Tim put out text messages when they said that he was lying. Alex, if she hasn't already said it, she's going to say it. She said, what did we learn from those text messages? Absolutely nothing. I agree with Alex. Didn't do Tim any fucking favors. However, you got to stay consistent. Are you trying to make yourself look good, or do you care about people posting private shit? Do you care that your friend, what's the fuck her name, who dated Steven? Do you care that she posted the Cash App of Steven paying her money? Do you care that Hannah posted the fucking screenshot of Nick's goals the first 3 fucking times? Don't try to hide behind that you care about something to make yourself look fucking good. You didn't like that Tim was responding via Instagram. And I'm not making excuses for Tim. I really don't give a fuck how you respond. If you post Instagram, I'll review it. If you do an interview, I'll review it. I don't care. To me, the medium doesn't matter. However, you place this as if it's wrong for him to post via Instagram. you say that you're getting all of this hate. If we do any kind of poll, if I do a poll on my channel, a poll on a much larger channel like Jesse Wu, no matter where you do the poll, 90% of the hate is going towards Tim. If you're getting all of this hate, one could speculate that you don't feel comfortable doing an interview, especially if you're in a pompous, jerk asshole like Tim is. You feel more comfortable controlling the narrative via speaking on your own social media platform.
You tried to minimize that conversation, and it ended up being used against you.
6 years ago, I had it all. 2 years later.
I didn't even like that he had said it again, because him and Tyler had a whole conversation a couple days later about how I protect him so much, and he loves that I protect him. And so for him to just be so oblivious and now just, okay, yeah, people are saying you abuse me or whatever, but let me just write a paragraph about this. But that is, you can say whatever you want about me, but that I need.
I think that you're incorrect to say that they're both receiving equal hate. To say that the villains of the show aren't Hannah, Tim, and Tyler is just, even Steven's just not a victim because he got kicked off fast enough. But the fact he cheated, to say that Tim is not way more hated than Alex is just being ignorant or dishonest. And I'm not even saying rightfully so. Like, the nigga come across as this fucking know-it-all jerk. I'm not even saying it's not correct. I'm not saying my opinion on who should get the most hate. I'm just saying on who is getting the most hate, whether it's rightful or not. I actually think it's rightful. And the reason I think it's rightful that Tim should get more hate than Alex, because through Alex's mistakes that she was aware of, I'm coming hard on Alex on mistakes she's not even aware of. Like, Alex not even aware. You clowning this nigga on saying he didn't protect you by saying something physical, but you didn't protect him by saying you wasn't safe around the nigga. I don't think that she's aware of it. When Alex is aware, Alex was by far the more open-minded person to what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry, I don't know the word I'm looking for, but like, she didn't want it just her way. She was more willing to mend, you know what I'm saying? So they can come together. Tim wasn't willing to mend on anything. It's my way or the fucking highway. So Tim should have the most hate. We're not talking about who should. We're talking about what is. Tim is in fact getting way more hate than her.
To be very clear, like, call me on my name, I don't care. Say I mean, I don't care. I like life. And so for even my friends and family to know that that was what has been manipulated in turn was very shocking, because they're like, of all the things, that's not you. And why isn't Tim saying anything? And so I'm just happy he at least said something at the reunion, but I just would have appreciated if he had said something prior, since he was very vocal on social media, and after, when he was posting more personal text messages. So I just wanted accountability.
Absolutely.
And I took accountability with him, and I've tried to take accountability multiple times.
There's nothing else to say on your comment other than, in my subjective opinion, you're either ignorant or just willfully wrong if you think that they're getting even hate. Because my point to say that Tim is getting the most hate is to say, I can understand someone getting the most hate who's a pompous asshole who thinks he knows it all would respond on their social media where they can control the entire narrative. They wouldn't feel safe to go do these interviews. So I can understand why Tim would respond via Instagram. That whole thing was leading up to, I understand why Tim would want to respond via Instagram, because Tim is in fact getting more hate. I don't care what y'all say. You are far wrong if you think that both Tim and Alex is getting even hate. It's not even close. It's not even a 60-40. It's not even a 70-30. And in that fucking 20-80, 25-75, that's a lot of fucking shit that people are saying about Alex. That's what she's receiving. But it ain't the same as Tim.
Times, but we could never even really get far in our conversation without, but this happened. The facts are the facts. This is what happened. And I'll take, okay, yeah, I didn't show up to meet up with your family with flowers. And I did have my hand in my pocket, but
you're literally wrong. There's a bunch of ways to find out who's getting the most hate. But the fact we got to do it, I think y'all being childish. Like, maybe this is my hope that y'all are not this ignorant, but it's childish. But there's a way. You can simply put out a poll. Who's more at fault, Tim or Alex? It's going to be 80-20, if not 90-10. And you're going to see comments in there saying, while I feel like Alex is kind of wrong, but like the Tim fucking asshole. The same shit that y'all saying. That this is laughable to me, because there are other situations that are more closer 50-50 than Tim and Alex, the hate that they're receiving. So I'm not even taking what y'all saying seriously. Like, it's so not balanced. Tim is receiving far more hate than Alex, and there is a way to find out.
And that probably wasn't the best. But one thing that also wasn't said was, I asked him, what do your parents like? Should I bring them anything? And he said, do not bring them anything. Don't bring my mother flowers. Don't bring my father liquor. Don't, just show up as you are. I should have probably not listened to him, and because usually you shouldn't listen.
No, Tim is more at fault. Tim is more hated. Two different categories. Tim wins in. But here's my thing, right? It's funny that y'all like Alex. If you like Alex and you come out here and you making these comments, you ain't got to tell your partner nothing. You sit up there watching motherfucking Instagram fucking stories and shit. Communication. Y'all watching all these goddamn communication videos. Communication. And you sit up there and you let Alex believe it is okay that Tim did the right thing when he felt different. And he stopped and told you specifically why. He gave you that. But you, Alex, don't have to communicate. You, Alex, can call a man a little bitch. You, Alex, can double down on calling him a little bitch at reunion and call him a little bitch again at the reunion. You, Alex, can call Tim out for not protecting you as a black woman, but you, Alex, don't have to protect him as a black man. If you like Alex and you want her to feel good about this, I ain't the motherfucker that's going to hurt Alex in her next relationship. You are. Because every motherfucking thing Tim did, I held him accountable for. I held him accountable for. My nigga, if you think you're going to go out here and get you a woman that you're going to lay all this groundwork for, she got to do everything you like. You're not asking about her. You don't care about her. You will forever be single. I hold a man accountable. And y'all brush off this shit a woman is doing. I ain't the one hurting Alex. Y'all are.
To men on stuff like that, but I didn't, and I did exactly what he said. And yeah, I showed up the way that I did, but I genuinely was hurt because of the conversation that we had before, and I personally did not want to be there because I did not want to bring another family in this if we were going to break up, which is when we broke up.
Nope, I just don't understand why YouTubers get on here and ignore their audience. Why? That's the whole point, is for us to have a discussion. So if you look at me having a discussion with y'all, it's just you stressing me out. That's something you got to look in with yourself. I'm trying to be different than other people. I've sat in comment sections and I had an opinion and people don't see it or people don't acknowledge it. And so when I get up here and I'm on a YouTube channel, I want to do the opposite. I want to acknowledge y'all comments. I want to have a discussion with y'all. I think that's the fucking fun of it. Why are we talking about relationships that are highly subjective? And I'm just going to Fuck my comment section. I'm gonna come out here and say how I feel. That's boring to me. I enjoy engaging. And if you look at engaging as you're stressing me out, I think that's something that you got to look within yourself. I think other YouTubers should do this shit. And I like when I go on a channel and they engage with their audience.
A day later, I'm just like, then why did we do all of this?
Someone tells you, don't buy me a birthday gift, and then they're mad. You know what I mean? Like, listen.
I think the ladies in my audience would disagree with you, Ice Macchiato. You said they asked Alex at reunion when she called Tim and she replied. She didn't call him that again. She literally said at reunion, I called you a little bitch because you was acting like a little bitch. I don't know. Maybe you went to the bathroom. Maybe you went to get another drink or fill up your popcorn. That happened at the reunion. I called you a little bitch because you was acting like a little bitch.
And I'll take full accountability on like, yeah, I shouldn't have showed up like that. But honestly, I just didn't want to be there at all.
And that's fair. And that's completely fair. And I also think that there's something to be said that when someone tells you how to approach their family, you don't want to come across like you're doing too much. You don't want to make them uncomfortable. Maybe they hate flowers. I have no idea. Maybe they attach flowers to something negative, or maybe they just don't like them, or maybe he really would just rather you show up. So this thing that women have to do where they always have to spot people's true needs underneath is so draining. So
here is the link if anybody would like to come up. Somebody saying I'm giving somebody a fair chance. I give everybody a fair chance because I actually like discussion.
I rebuke that for you. If you're told to show up as is, I mean, church tells you that you show up as is, you know?
Yeah. I mean, and that's why he did such a phenomenal job with my family, because I talked him through it. I said, this is my family. If you want to cook, because that was his idea. We were going to go to a restaurant, but he wanted to show his grill master skills. And I love a man that grills. So I was not knocking it. But I said, my brothers, they eat steak. My mother and I do not eat red meat. So we're going to do chicken. And he's like, I'll prep everything. I'll set everything up. I'll, do the whole shebang because I want to look good.
I didn't know your comments.
This is how we're going to handle it. We're going to make sure you don't, stand up in certain situations because my father can barely walk. And we're going to do this. Like, I communicated. He did not communicate anything with me on how to show up with his family. I did not know. I was walking in blindly. And he also said, don't show up with anything. So I'm like, okay, here I am.
I agree.
I don't want to be here.
Exactly, because that's valid too. You know what I mean? It's not like you can say like, okay, well, we can't do this. And I didn't like, I don't know if you can make a comment, but I didn't like how Nick at the reunion asked you, like, why did you choose to take a nap after his parents just drove 10 hours? Like, because you're tired. Like, I'm tired. What if you had iron deficiency? I couldn't even believe the question. And
everyone thinks that I actually have iron deficiency.
Every fucking interview, it came up to her nap. I literally said Tim was wrong. I just don't understand how people sweat the small shit. Like, my first time viewing it, if I'm in love and I propose to this person and I see her sleep on the couch, I got everybody in the room I fucking love. Both my sisters died. I ain't got nobody left but my mom, my dad, and a woman I'm finna marry. I see her snoring on the couch. I'm just walking over and kissing her on the forehead and taking this opportunity because I know if I bring my fiance to my parents and I know that the crew is set up for all four of us to be in a room, I know that for the 5 to 6 hours they film, I never got the opportunity to talk to my parents without her. So if she sleep, I'm going to take this opportunity to talk to my parents, to tell them how much I love this woman. I don't give a flying fuck about her falling asleep. So I take up for Alex on that. Tim is just dead ass wrong. But I don't think that's why he broke up with her. You know what I'm saying? I just think that Tim is fucking cursed. And unless somebody as strong as his mom is extremely strong. The problem is she agrees with him. Tim needs someone that's as strong as his mom is to tell him like, yo, my nigga, this idea that you have about a relationship will never fucking work. It will never fucking work.
Okay. I've actually gotten my blood work done and I'm actually 1 point above. So, because I've actually thought this before, but no, I just work so much. I'm always doing something. I work remotely. I bartend, and we were filming so much. And we went to dinner the night before. We didn't get home until 1 a.m. And can I just clear the dishes situation too while we're at it?
Yes.
Because I need to. When this is the timeline, we did the family meetup with him, my parents, and my brothers from like 12 to 4. Like 12 to 4. And then we were going to go to dinner at this place called Mi Vida in DC. I want to say like our reservations were like at 8 o'clock. Kid you not. Right after, we both took a nap together.
Cursed, therapy, hilarious, whatever word you want to use. I'm not debating a word. He needs to change the way he thinks. And I'm not going to say he's going to stay single. Tim is not the guy to stay single because people like a black man with a good job, his own shit, dressed nice. Tim is always going to get women. The problem is, are you going to keep them? Are you going to keep these women? That's the problem he got to worry about. Alex, she may have to worry about getting a dude. Like, niggas see your first argument, you call a man a little bitch. See, women can help you, Alex, in making you feel good, but you don't date women. You date men. You should be listening to men. If you call a man a little bitch, your first ever argument, they're not going to even want to go near that.
It's like, I'm exhausted. I said, babe, me too. Let's go to bed. And we took a nap, and then we got dressed. And I was like, all right, I'm going to do the dishes later because we're going to miss our reservation. We're trying to get dressed. Because we try to sleep in as long as possible. And then we go to dinner, and then we have this argument. I'm annoyed. Come back, it's 1 a.m. I'm like, I'm not doing the dishes right now. I'm not. Yeah. And he's like, well, then fine, I'll do them. I'm like, okay, if you want to do the dishes at 1 a.m, that's fine. I'll do them. I was going to do them in the morning, but I'm not doing dishes at 1 a.m. And I'm not. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that he had to clean up, but no.
I never said
what's
that.
your
I don't know
sign?
where you got that from boxing for life.
And what's
that
his?
Never came out of my mouth.
Virgo. and yeah, you should know they don't. Yeah, I know. I'm fully aware.
It's okay. Keep going.
Tim acts like he needs the woman at the beginning of coming to America. Hop on one foot, bark like a dog. They have a successful marriage. Anybody besides her, that shit ain't gonna work.
It'll buff, right?
right. I'm like, okay, are we surprised? So then the next day when that night he went to his house. And because his parents were coming in, and then that's when I met his family.
Yo, this is why y'all gotta love me.
But I also woke up like, I don't want to.
This is why y'all gotta love me.
We just had this argument, and now I'm supposed to just. He's not even here in the morning with me.
Was this the night that he said that you were out with your friends?
Yeah,
at first.
This is why y'all gotta love me. There you go. Post the comment. So we tried to tell Ice Macchiato that Alex doubled down at the reunion. Ice Macchiato wants us to believe that they left my stream, went back to that part, and this is what they came up with. I just rewatched. Alex did not call him that again. She said that's how she felt in that moment. She said, so you're telling us, Ice Macchiato, and this is where semantics come in and what horrible fucking relationships come in. You're saying that Alex felt like, in that moment, I felt like you're acting like a little bitch, so I called you one. How the actual fuck is that not doubling down? How does that come out of someone's mouth who is sorry that they said that? Sorrow has nothing to do with the other person. Sorrow is an individual thing. If I'm truly sorry, that will never come out of my mouth. I felt like you were like a bitch, so I called you one. This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Y'all got to be careful who channel y'all coming on. You really thought that comment was going to make me be wrong? Where the fuck does that comment make me be wrong? I just rewatched, and Alice did not call him that again. She said that's how she felt in that moment.
Out.
Okay.
I went out the night before he met my dad. Okay. And yeah, I did, because that same night was our friend meetup. You guys didn't meet my friends, but I had not seen my friends in
Funny how I put that link up and none of y'all came up, but I'm still gonna respond to y'all comments. B. O'Drama said, why are you harping on that comment? The word harping is subjective. I'm literally responding to every comment. The only thing Ice Macchiato said to me was that subject. They came back, doubled down on that subject. So if I'm going down my list and I'm responding to the comments, and that's what they say, and I respond to their, so I'm wrong if I don't directly respond to what someone says, but I'm wrong if I do because it's me harping on one subject. Make that make sense to me. Now, if I start skipping people, like Another Round said, I answered all her comments, but I missed one, so I'm ignoring her on purpose. Make it make sense to me.
Literally 3-4 weeks. And I was like, babe, I'm sorry. I know we have our parent meetup tomorrow, but I need to go out. I have not seen my girlfriend.
You said that.
I want to have a girls' night, like bad.
What did I miss if you said I answer all your comments except for one, and then your next comment after that was I disagree with you? I don't know how to respond if you say I disagree with you. I talked about 1 trillion points on here. I don't know what you disagree with me on. So I didn't ignore you. I don't know how to answer you saying something so vague when we discuss so much.
And so we went out, and then I called him at like 2 in the morning.
Anyone can come up.
Come get me. Like
anybody can come
up. But I end up calling Uber. And
I look down here. I can see the people try to come up. I'm gonna let anybody on.
Okay, wait, pause, because I had this as a question. Did your friends meet him then, or was this just a friend? What was the thoughts? What happened?
Only one friend liked him. None of my friends liked him.
I don't know what she's talking about, so I'm going to scroll up because she is convinced, and this is what I'm saying, that there's a problem with relationships with trust. Another Round doesn't trust me, so she's turning it to what she does understand. In her brain, I am purposely missing her comments when I'm literally not purposely missing anyone's comments. So I'm going to stop this. I'm going to scroll all the way back up. And if you can point me to the specific comment you would like for me to address that you think I missed, that could help out a lot. But how do you prove a thought crime? How do I prove to Another Round I literally did not purposefully read her comment, ignore it, and answer somebody else? You can't prove shit like that. You cannot prove shit like that. That's why relationships that's why I keep harping on the everyday trust is what's wrong in relationships. I'm going all the way back up because somebody said I'm purposely missing it. Should I come up? Though I totally disagree with you. I put the link out for anybody to come up. What else did you say? You ignore all but the one you posted. The one before that, you said all but one. The one before that, you said you don't want me up there. You've been ignoring my comments. So when you said that, that's when I responded, and I just literally posted all the comments you made after that. So I am totally fucking confused on what I purposely, maliciously ignored. Help me to understand, what did I ignore, miss Another Rounds?
First of all, you're not going to intentionally misquote me, sir. Okay, we're not going to do that because I didn't say that.
Intentionally?
Yes, you intentionally misquoted me. My stuff is written down, so therefore you can read what I have wrote down. You ignored all my comments except for one. Not you responded to all my comments except for one. Don't do me. Don't do me.
That was intentional. I really tried to do that. Is what you're saying.
Well, you tried to sit here and try to play me in front of your audience, try to talk about make it make sense Another Round, how I ignored all your comments but one. And stuff, and me and LC got a whole running joke or whatever that started from the beginning of this live when I've been talking the whole time, and you just been Taylor. I said, oh, he just want to battle. He want to debate people today, so I'm gonna leave him alone.
I want to go back to this word intentional. You're saying that I knew what I was doing on purpose, and I purposely misquoted you to make you look.
Because it's written down there. It's written down there.
And that's the evidence that you have that we cool, we friends, you mod on my other channels, and I purposely misquoted you to make you look bad. There we
To
go,
make
guys.
to validate your point.
That's the problem with relationships. Because I know I didn't purposely do anything, but I cannot make a mistake. If I'm not perfect, is what another rounds agrees with her in her head. That's true. There's nothing I can convince her of it. When you get into a boyfriend and girlfriend relationships like that, that's when shit goes foul. I can't be trusted. I purposely did this to her. Okay, let's see. Fine. Shut up, Caliber.
You damn right, I'm gonna be there. That's right, Caliber. Tell him.
No, tell me what you disagree with. You said that I can't do nothing. You saying you disagree. You gotta tell me what you disagree with.
I never said I disagree. See, again, it's written down there. I said I don't disagree with everything you said outside of generalizing women. I don't disagree with a lot of stuff. I said that in there. All my stuff is written down. My stuff is provable. My stuff is written down.
I put what you said on the stream. So does it make sense for me to maliciously misquote you on purpose if I'm going to post the comment on the stream?
After you misquoted it. But it was after you misquoted it and told me to make it make sense. Hence why I'm here, making it make sense.
But you don't feel like that's a problem if you say that somebody maliciously did something if it was just a mistake?
When you say when you say it as a fact, when you say it as a fact and then tell me to make it make sense on that I did something and I said something that I didn't say.
Nah, John, you got that wrong. Go back up and read that comment again. Damn, my bad. That ain't what she said. And somebody saying I'm purposely misframing your argument. John, go back up and read that comment. If we cool, we friends. Like you block people on my other channels and shit. Why would I do that? And this isn't about me and you. This is great because this is a perfect example of what I be screaming from the rooftop in all my fucking videos. That like lack of trust is the key things that destroys relationships. I didn't do that on purpose. I like you got a YouTube channel. You use StreamYards. You know how this shit work. You know how it work with they see YouTube. They don't see what we see.
Taylor, how do many of my comments was in between yours?
So what in those comments that you disagree with me?
What in them comments I disagree with? I disagree with you generalizing women, what you did in the beginning.
All right, what did I say?
Oh, I can't remember what the hell you said, but you did it.
Mm-hmm. What did I say?
I would have to rewind this live, sweetheart.
I know you watched my video I dropped on my other channel, on the rap channel, and then I'm like, yo, bro, I can't do nothing with you. If
how you know I watched that? How you know I watched that video?
Because I'm that dude.
Wow, don't be trying to be me.
Because I'm that guy. No,
we both can't be me.
You didn't watch the video on my other channel?
No, baby. I've been recording. I've been doing stuff today. Okay. Ooh.
That's the lack of
when you see me on somebody's YouTube video, whatever the hell they recorded today, you'll know.
Baby, these women want you to debate. They know you smart, intelligent. Like, get them another round.
I know, but I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to debate on Alex's part. I can't debate too much on Alex's part because she was sitting here lying. Like, I don't understand how you going to call somebody a B and still want to marry him. I'm different from that. I can debate some of the people in the chat. I can tell them that because the lady did double down on calling him a B at the reunion. The fact, depending on how you want to look at it, but she really doubled down when she sit there and say, because you was acting like one, that means she felt like you was one at that time. And I'm still trying to figure out why would you want to marry a man that you feel like you have the need to call a B. Now we can debate the tone of voice and the yelling part. Did she use the word actual yelling at her? That's what she said.
I don't know. I said my part, so I want you to say your part. I said why I think he was not yelling. You know it because I talked to you on the phone. I said it before and I said it tonight. So I don't need to say it again. Why do you think he was yelling?
Why did I think he wasn't yelling?
He was yelling.
Okay, so let me phrase it like this. I cannot say or not say that he was not yelling at her. I can see how she might feel that it was yelling based off of maybe the level of energy or the communication at that time that they was talking. Because if she's whispering or whatever and he's escalating his voice, it can sound like yelling. I also do know that when people start talking in a strong, stern tone, it does come across as yelling to certain parties. Like, I come from a loud family, so a lot of people think that when we talking, we yelling. We not actually yelling. We just got loud voices. We just talk louder. I'm like the quietest one out of the group. But if you really see me out in an outside setting, I can get real loud. So it would sound like I'm yelling, but I'm not actually yelling. I don't know what Alex took at the time. She calls it aggression, and then she says it's yelling. I can see him being aggressive in his tone, nature, and manner. But was he necessarily yelling so loud that production could have heard him? I doubt it, because they didn't, obviously. She was worried about them hearing him.
So do you think with Tim saying, I tried to leave and you got in my way, you prevented me from leaving to have my space, and then Alex, as they put in my chat, not disagreeing with him, even though she disagreed with everything else she didn't like, he said, do you think that Tim tried to leave?
I do believe that he tried to leave because he said it. He said that he tried to leave and it was her that stopped him, and she didn't fight and she didn't argue on that part. However, you trying to leave, I'm not justifying Tim or Alex in this, just understand and hear me out, audience. You trying to leave after you transferred energies is not the best time. Now, when she asked for her space, you didn't respectfully give it to her. But now that you want it, she's supposed to just stop whatever she got going on and give it to you. That's not how it actually works. Like, you teach people how to treat you by treating them how you want to be treated.
All right, so you called it my little trap. That's why I love another round, y'all. We do this all the time. Hey, so you're saying she was being vindictive?
I can't call if she being vindictive or not, but she should have let him go.
You're saying that she didn't let him go because he didn't let her go. Is that not being vindictive?
I didn't say that. I don't know why she didn't let him go. She should have let him go when he asked to go. Now, we could say that she was being vindictive for doing that or whatever and stuff. I don't know what her reasoning at the time, why she did not let him go.
Yo, Christina Daniel hates fucking Tim. I like that shit. She not fucking with Tim at all. But like, I want to be clear because I want people to take me the wrong way. Whatever. Like, I'm playing around with another round when I'm like, is she being vindictive? But like, if I'm being serious, then you're saying the energy that people give, you got to expect that back. I live my life by that. I agree with you on that. But the energy he gave her is that he felt different. He felt uncomfortable. So the energy he gave her was to sit her down and tell her exactly why he felt uncomfortable. I don't know, because I know you came in late. I don't know if you saw when Alex said that in the interview. The moment they arrived in Cabo, he told her, I feel different. Because, Tim looked like a fucking Terminator in Cabo, but he looked fun in the pod. So he told her, like, I am not used to these cameras all in my face. I feel weird. He gave her clear details of how he felt. So that's the energy he gave her. She didn't respond with that energy because when she felt uncomfortable, she just ran away in the bathroom.
She felt, I've said this on my channel already. I told you I'm not going to have much that I disagree with you. I said this on my channel already, that she should have told him that it's about her dad. Now, she says that she did tell him that. She told him that she assured him that it's not about him or whatever, that she just needs some space. I don't know if
that's not her dad.
space.
That's not her dad. I'm trying to get comfortable calling you another rounds now that I know your name.
Just say Jay. Just say Jay.
I can say Jay? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what's not her dad? What are you talking about?
If you tell me, I don't feel like talking to you. What did you say after that? I want to get your words right.
No, I told her that she should have told him that after she reassured him that it's not about him, it's about my dad.
She did not say that. But what did you say?
I know she didn't say that, but I said she should have reassured him that it's not about him, it's about my dad. I said this on my channel. Her leaving it vague is going to let him be in his head. He's going to be in his mind, and it's fair for him to be in his mind at that time. When he keeps coming back with the insecurities, you don't respond back. That's just your insecurity talking. No, you say, no, babe, it's not you. It's something with my dad, but I don't want to talk about it. You could leave it at that. I just don't want to talk about it right now.
Are y'all sure y'all wanted Jay to come up to be y'all representative? Because Jay
They didn't ask me to come up for the representative.
Jay sounds like she agree with your boy.
Try that again, John. I told you just want to debate. That's why I said I'm not coming up. If you read my comments, you would have read that. You would have read that part too.
I don't want to debate.
I said I don't disagree with 100%. There's parts of this that goes back and forth.
Seattle. Did you enjoy most Seattle, Brett and Tiffany, or all the couples with drama? I'm trying to name a show that had the best of both worlds.
I didn't actually mind Brett and Tiffany. I didn't understand why people was complaining or whatever. I just felt like they was a healthy thing, and there was small little details little hurdles that they needed to get over, but they managed to get over them. Of course, most of the people love drama, so it is going to be, they want people to have bad relationships because it makes them feel better about the relationships that they're currently in.
Not really. I asked you directly and you diverted to most people, but to make you feel comfortable, I enjoy the drama the most. And it has nothing to do with my life and my relationship. I enjoy the drama the most because that invites the better discussions, the better arguments. And I think that people are divisive because no one has been divisive on anything I've ever said until I got to Alex and Tim. I think the more nuance and that you can look both ways, that's great to talk about. I'm getting at, I don't want to debate. I want to have dialogue and conversation and discussion. You keep saying I want to debate somebody. Like, I feel like I'm learning.
You pose your questions like debate questions. You don't pose them as questions to sit here and have dialogue and conversations. And you know that because you're waiting for me. You like, oh, she fell into my trap. That's the first thing you say. So don't even try me.
I'm being silly because you're different. You're my friend. You somebody I know. I'm saying, like, if anybody come up, I'm not gonna fucking hound you and debate you. Like, I want to know why you feel the way you feel. Like me, I feel confident in saying that I don't think. I say I know. I don't think that Tim yelled at her, and because I was able to articulate and explain why I feel the way I feel. If someone explains why they feel the way they feel, then that's great. That's even if I disagree with you, that's great. That's all the thing that you can.
I'll give you this much on that conversation and whatnot. Abusers most of the time don't look like abusers when they're in front of company. You know what I'm saying? A person knows how to conduct. Some people know how to conduct themselves in front of other people. So him being on that stage at the reunion and sitting a certain way and doing a certain thing, trying to compose himself a lot of times and trying not to yell because he already knows that she accused him of yelling, doesn't really justify that he's not a yeller.
My counter to that, and by the way, I feel you. I agree. My counter to that is you portrayed it like it was just a reunion. Tim said 1 trillion times in the pod, if a woman calls him out his name and go off on him, he out. That happened to Tim, and Tim was ice cold without yelling. Tim broke up with her. And he was cornered because Alex was saying detailed facts. He didn't yell at her. So it's not just a reunion and her saying these things after the season film. Tim has been in multiple stressful situations where he could have yelled, or where I know a typical man who likes to yell would yell, and he didn't yell.
But see, your key word in there is a typical man that likes to yell. He may not be a man that likes to yell, but he will yell. I'm not a person who likes to argue or get loud in a nasty way, but I will do it if I have to. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's times that people have seen me and my other side, and they know I'm capable of going there. Do I like being on that side? No. But will I go there if I need to? Yes. So 95% of the time, you won't probably see me acting in a certain manner because that's not what I like to do. But am I capable and willing to do it when I need to? Yes, I am. Very much so.
And I agree. I think that if I got into it with you, you're not going to yell because you know that you're intelligent. You know that you know how to talk. You're going to do all that. But there's a point I can push that can yell, and everybody can yell. I don't want nobody to be thinking like I think somebody's incapable of fucking yelling. Everybody got measures they push themselves to. But since this was not shown on camera, if we're going off percentages, you just agreed with me. You lowered the percentage. You saying like, all of this has to take place before I yell. So if you're making me see a smaller percentage of when he would yell, then there's nothing wrong with me.
But he posed that in the pods. He posed that in the pods when he says, I don't like to argue. That generally, and he said it takes a lot for me to go there.
What did he say he like to do? What did he say he like to do? He don't like to argue. He like to what? What did he say he gonna do?
Get it. What did he say? Get even or something?
Away. He said,
that's what he said. Away. Yeah, he said he gonna walk away, but he also said that it takes a lot for him to get there, but he also likes to do things that pushes people buttons. So you want to be a Joe Buttons, basically. He's an asshole. You want to be a Joe Buttons, basically. So you want to sit here and put it like you're going to be the victim because the girl is going to react and yell and do all of these things. However, you're the one you're the reason she's doing all of these things. This is just like Joe Buttons.
Right. I agree with you.
Joe Buttons to hearing.
He's going to make you look like the asshole. He's going to make you yell and go crazy. He's going to walk away. So I never said Tim is a good person. He walks away. I just say he walks away. So even in your asshole scenario you just said, he going to make that person yell and he going to walk the fuck away. That's what I said. I say he's a pompous jerk. Did I not say that?
But unfortunately for him, Alex is one too, and a better one.
You think she's a better one? Hold on.
You know what? Okay, go ahead.
No, Taylor here. What's up, Taylor? What's up, Taylor, since you think I don't like you?
I just know you're wrong, John, okay? And so
that's right, girl. Tell him he's wrong, girl.
My whole point was like I know you guys probably just moved away from this, but it's basically when it came to the communication with Alex and Tim. So with Tim, you enjoyed the way he communicated. He was able to be detailed right off the bat. But with Alex,
enjoyed it.
Well, I won't say that's a bad word for it. You would rather that style of communicating. You share what's going on right away with that person. With Alex, I think you added more emotion when you were talking about Tim. You shared that this is a caring man who cares about his woman. But whenever it came to Alex wanting space, it's almost as if, and I can be wrong, this is all assumption, it's almost as if you were saying that Alex was the reason Tim may have, like Alex's way of communicating or choosing not to communicate in that moment was a negative. And I wanted to understand why just saying, hey, babe, I need some time away. What's wrong with that? I don't think that's a poor way of communicating, especially if Alex has acknowledged, hey, whenever I am in my feelings right now, I don't respond the best right off the bat. Give me some time. She's sharing with you what's going on. She's sharing that she needs space. What's wrong with that? Why would that make her? Yeah, what's wrong with that? I want to know why you felt that way.
I think I'm not clear when I say I don't know. The only way to make it better for you to understand me is to give a scenario, because I think it's framed from 1 to 10. 1, you're saying, she just wanted space, and you're thinking, I'm thinking 10. Yo, fuck that space, my nigga. I don't know what's wrong with you. I'm finna kick this motherfucking door down. You gonna tell me what's wrong with you? So like, I'm talking about nuances, and I'm talking about what I can understand. Right? So let me give you a scenario of why it is from 1 to 10. We don't know that Tim didn't walk away from that door and say, okay, babe, I give you the space. Went down drinking with everybody, and it went from daytime to nighttime. And they like, yo, what's wrong with your girl? What's wrong with you? I don't know. She just said she needs some space. We don't know none of that. We're assuming she told him I need space, and he just barged and went fucking crazy. Which doesn't make logical sense.
But
like, we're assuming
that. I'm not saying that Tim went. Okay, so what we're getting from what information we're getting, we were able to come out to. Alex asked for space. I'm just referring to how you address how you felt about her asking for space, opposed to Tim addressing it right off the bat. I just I guess it's just like how you were talking about it. It was as if Alex was wrong. Like there was a wrong way to communicate your emotions. That's what you showed. Well, that's how you explained it whenever you were discussing it. That there was a wrong way,
Okay.
and that Alex should have said how she felt right away.
Okay, so screw me. I'm just a regular person. Even when I watch psychologist videos covering this, which I do watch the psychologists all the time covering this, Dr. Sherry, uh, Dr. Honda, cover Love is Blind and stuff. Like pretty much everyone agrees that like you can have your space, but if you care about your partner and they're worried, just give them a fucking deep. Just I'm not saying a right or wrong. I'm saying what could have worked out better in the situation. Give that nigga a bone. Give him just look. It's not about you. You've done great. Nobody told me anything about you. To be honest, it's about my father. I just need some space, and I'll come back and talk to you later. What's wrong with that? We're not talking about a right or wrong. We're talking about a better solution because you can't tell me lack of communication, which is that's what Alex did, is the best solution. Adding 2 words
But
on
let me go back.
and a couple words on, it's about my father. That's it. Like give a nigga something to go away and be like, I'm gonna give my girl the space she needs, and I'm gonna come back and show her I'm gonna be there for her. But to give a man nothing at all,
But we don't
on a
know
vacation. I keep stressing Taylor.
But Alex, so we can only go off these people's words. Alex clearly said, "Hey, I'm just not feeling my best right now. I just need some space." That's it. That's all we have. Tim, from what we got from the reunion, I'm not sure. There's different information now saying that okay, Tim, for someone who was actually there, Alex said he was pointing in my face and fussing. Now we have information saying that Tim tried to walk away but couldn't. So I'm just gonna think about it as okay. I'm trying to figure out how the pieces match up. If someone says, "Hey, give me some space," and I don't agree with her calling him the B word, but I think that Tim not accepting Alex's space, and also how the way you're expressing it as if it was an issue for Tim, it was an issue for Alex not to say anything. I don't know.
It
I just
is.
feel like
You're right. I
it's
think
an
it's an
issue.
issue. I just want to say that. You're right. I do think that.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
I think
another
that
round.
because I don't understand. Like everybody agrees communication is a problem in a relationship, but the group that harps about this the most on social media everywhere you go are women. So it's confusing to me that women can harp so much about clear communication and talking through your problems that women can side with a woman who just left her man fucking hanging on a happy vacation. They have never had a single problem. Everything has been perfect. Fuck you. I feel this way. Go away. I will always feel, Taylor, that could have
We're
been
assuming
handled
they
in a
didn't have
better
a
situation.
problem.
Yeah, okay. You're right, assuming that. But would it be fair to say, Jay, at this point, after reunion, after interviews, if there was bigger shit that one of them would have said it by now? One of them would have said
But
it.
if that's the fairness
Alex
that we
is detailed.
if
That's what I
that's
like
the
about
fairness
Alex.
we're gonna
Alex is
use,
detailed.
hold on. But if that's the fairness we're gonna use, we can use the fairness that he never walked away and had a drink or did any of the things that you just posed to Taylor in that question.
Yeah, that you're right. That's what I'm saying. Y'all confusing me. When I say a range is a range. A range can go from this nigga left for 2 hours, gave her the space. She still ain't telling him nothing. Or a range can go, he kicking down the fucking door, he rude, he yelling, and he put himself in a position to make her feel unsafe. That's a range. Just because I say this don't mean I mean this. I'm saying a range is a range. So I'm not saying that didn't happen. That's why I never said he didn't yell at her. Because everybody is automatically assuming this part, that makes me say this part. But both creates a range in which I say I don't know.
But we do know Tim argues a lot on social media. So if we can go based off of people's actions, we know that Tim is argumentative. So
Well,
who are we
I
not to
think
look
he
at
is. I
Taylor?
agree.
I
So
can't
who are we
even
not
I
agree
to
with
agree,
that one
Taylor.
right now, Taylor, because
Taylor, I
it may be
agree.
a reach.
right.
It may be
Well,
a
to
reach.
be honest,
I'm
though,
just saying
in
that.
fairness, and I hate to cut you off, Taylor, on this, I'll let you finish, but in fairness, I can't go with that argument either because right now he's in defense. So a lot of people right now will be in defense and arguing with a whole bunch of people on his
I'm
social
a,
media.
I'm a, I'm
That's
gonna
very, very
disagree with
true.
you,
That's very,
Jay, and
very
I'm gonna
true.
agree with Taylor.
I agree with that, Jay. I got you.
I'm gonna agree with Taylor because everybody who's been on that show, even somebody as nice as fucking Tiffany or as nice as Cam and Lauren, as nice as Lauren and Tiffany, they got hate. You do not go on that show without getting hate. They just get less, but they get hate for motherfucking comments simply because they went on the show. So that's a far range, super nice. And there are people like Zanab, Hannah, Tim who gonna get a lot. You don't have to respond. Tim is making the optional choice to respond to everything. I do think Tim is argumentative, but the argument
Alex
was
is
never
not.
was he argumentative or not. The argument was, did he yell? Tim is argumentative.
I'm
Is
not
yelling
saying that.
not?
Go ahead, Taylor. I'm not going to cut you off.
Oh, I'm sorry. This one is yelling not. Wouldn't is that not synonymous? I mean, because you can have an argument, but I think we know that it can be synonymous or very close in the family to yelling. So, I mean, if we can just give, I don't know. I feel like, as I stated, and another Ron made a good point. And whenever you get off that show, you're getting all types of feedback and hate. I just feel like there is, if we're going based off of people's actions and how we know that Tim, he was the person that I was hearing mostly that was arguing with people. Also, Tyler and Ashley, there are people that we can pinpoint that argue with the commenters. So, but I know with Alex, and I'm telling you, I'm not in those divestiture spaces. I'm just someone who's looking at people's actions. Alex, I have not heard of her arguing with people. If she has, then
She
that's
responds to
something.
comments though.
She responds to
She
comments.
just does
Okay.
it in a sarcastic
Right.
way. She
Gotcha.
responds to a
So
lot
she's
of
saying,
comments.
gotcha. Okay. Well, with that new information, both of these people decide to engage and have that type of feedback with the commenters. I just think that Alex was way more comfortable with hearing out Tim's side than Tim was for Alex. I don't think he ever gave her grace when it came to the situation with the nap. How long did he want that woman to talk to his parents? He wanted to talk to a full 10 hours. I felt like there was going to be always something. The B word, we know, which it crosses the line. We also know that covering someone's mouth, depending on who you are, you may not like that. But I feel like Tim, there was always a reason for Tim to be. It feel like Tim always found a reason to be upset. I don't know. I just feel like you don't call someone a B word, which we know you should not do, without there being a causation. Like, are we just to assume Alex is saying, "Okay, please give me space," and then she has an outburst and calls him the B word?
So you don't know nobody that does that? You don't know ratchet motherfuckers? You don't know nobody that do, but hold
Does
on, before
Alex
we get
get
to that.
ratchet though?
Before we even get to that, like you said all of these things like leading up to like Tim do this, Tim do that, Tim do that. Hold on, Alex did get ratchet, yeah. But like everything you said up until that point, I agree with. Tim is argumentative. Tim does everything that you said. My problem is Alex saved him. Alex saved him by admitting that she called him a little bitch. The way Tim was hated, if Alex would have said, I never call him that, he's lying. Oh my God, he's lying. No one would have believed him. The only reason we know Alex called Tim a bitch is because Alex admitted to it. If we don't know, Tim is at fault. We don't know if Tim yelled or not. With the unknown, we're just blindly assuming that Tim yelled. That's the problem I have.
But you also said that I'm just coming to my assumptions the same way you said that you're coming to your assumptions based off of what you've seen from the people. So that's just how I'm just doing the exact same thing you said. if we don't have if we don't have everything, we can say we don't know and come to our own assumptions as to why this may have happened. Sometimes I'm saying that you did, bro, but I understand it's just, and I don't want people to think it's a bias. I liked Alex because she appeared to be more mature. I liked Tim earlier on in the season because he seemed like a kind-hearted person. He seemed like someone who was genuine. He had a friendly disposition. Along the show, based off of what was edited, it did show that Tim was a bit of an aggressor. I even initially said, "Whoa, like Alex, why won't you? You need to have your apartment clean. You couldn't have you could not have someone come to your apartment and clean for you." So I don't want people to think that it's like I'm only team Alex. I'm just going based off of what I've seen in new information. But I'm gonna let another round talk because I've been talking too much.
No, you're fine. I like what you're saying. I guess I am so detailed. I will never throw anybody into a bland category. If I tell you, like, if I tell you right now, Taylor, Tim is an asshole. I'm gonna come right behind saying Tim is an asshole because it's not the fact that he chose to buy the color shirt he knew his ex-girlfriend hated. It's the fact that he wanted that known on public television. He wants you to know how he will be fucking spiteful or vengeful on this pettiest shit. It's the fact that I really couldn't take no fucking more of this guy talking about how he's the dog when Alex has clearly showed him she don't like this. And Alex is trying her hardest to put on her smile and say it. I will come back to show why I feel the way I feel. And in showing that Tim is an asshole, in those examples I name, in any example I name what Tim is doing wrong, I cannot name you one example where Tim is an aggressor. I don't think asshole automatically means aggressor. I think that there are assholes out here who can be loud and rambunctious. I think there are assholes out here who will drive you to be fucking crazy and sit back and be calm to make you look like they gaslight you in that way. I think that there's so many different kind of assholes. I'm very detailed in that way that I just don't know of an example that was shown on this season and in the reunion where Tim is an aggressor. I haven't seen it. He's an asshole. And he got problems he got to work on. He's not going to be in a relationship with nobody. I just don't see where he was aggressive at all. And I would like an example to be shown. I don't mind somebody disagreeing with me. My curiosity, not me wanting to debate, not me wanting to challenge, just my curiosity of learning would like to see what did you think that Tim did that was aggressive?
I think that. Oh, sorry. Another round. Did you want to see anything? I didn't want to keep talking.
If I'm to go off of Alex's words in this argument at the time, I consider that he was being aggressive by not dropping the conversation in the manner that she depicts it as. Now, that's her story. He didn't disagree with it. I can see him being that. Now, as far as let me clear up one thing before people be in your comments trying to tell me I said Tim wasn't argumentative, okay? I definitely feel Tim is argumentative from the fact that he told us that he don't do stuff vindictively. That means you want to argue with somebody. And two, you told us that you don't like to argue or whatever. When you have to give that disclaimer, sir, you like to argue. Let's just say it, okay? Or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You just probably don't like who you are when you do argue. Anywho, but if I'm gonna say aggressor, if that's the word I'm going to use, I need you to define aggression for me. Now, I need to define what aggression is because every aggression is different levels to different people.
I agree with everything you said. From
I agree
the moment you spoke, I agree with all of that. I agree with it. Even if he left for 2 hours and he came back and then they got into it, she's still not telling him. Even it could be 3 days, 5 days, 2 months, even though I think all this shit is extreme. If at some point he's trying to continue the argument or trying to get her to say something, she don't want to say it, that can be taken as aggressive, even though that's way extreme. So I agree with you posing the question of what aggressive means.
I agree with you another round when it comes to like the shirt thing, because if you know that this is something that annoys your partner or if you go out of your way to upset someone that you care about, it just seems like, okay, it just gives that you may do other stuff to also cause tension between you and your person. So so we can say he's an asshole, but that can also be, I think that can also be synonymous to argumentative, because based off of his behavior.
What behavior?
Doing things that he knows that other people would not like. Or as another round stated with Alex, if if from what she says that he did not like, that she did not want to talk in that moment, if someone is telling you something and you are pushing back on it, even though if you're pushing back on it, I feel like that can be, depending on the context, that can be argumentative, because this person has given you these instructions, hey, I need space, but you are adamant on getting what you want out of that person. That can result in an argument, no matter what your intention is. I'm sure Tim, just wanted to dote and help his wife, but if you are saying, hey, no, I want my way, I want to talk to you right now because I didn't know what's going on with my girl, he may not have said it that way. I'm not saying he said it that way, but based off his behavior of not leaving the argument alone, just like another round said, that can be considered as argumentative if you just won't accept what it is.
Taylor, I'm sitting here thinking, I'm just like, an
Oh, no,
argument.
that's great.
She said they argued for over an hour, right? She's saying once it started. We don't know when it started. She said, like, I'm just sitting here thinking, like, whatever this hour argument was, you don't think it just would have been better to just say,
But
it
she
had
didn't.
nothing to do with you. It was about my father.
But she
That
didn't, and
should
that's
never.
okay.
That's okay. So Taylor, me, come on, Taylor. Like, fuck these people. Let's take it real life. Me and you dating, Taylor. You really think it's best to go an
I'm not
entire
saying
argument
this.
back and forth with me instead of just telling me, baby, you didn't do nothing wrong. We cool. I'm upset about my father getting put into this home. If it's turned into an argument, it's changing into, wait, if I'm upset about my father, at least I got a good relationship. I met somebody I want to marry. You would rather that keep going instead of just saying, it's my father.
We don't know if by that time she already said that it's my father, because after I'm pretty sure it got heated. I'm pretty sure that it now has turned into something completely different than I just want space. So Alex asking for space would cause Tim to want to now argue. That is insane. If we are having if I'm saying, hey, I want space, I don't know why that can't be the
So
end all be all until an hour where I feel I want to be able to share what's going on. That should not be.
I have a question. I have a question for you.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna use a real scenario that happened I saw on YouTube. But like, before I ask this, I just want to go back and just say, we're not talking about a normal situation. We're talking about a couple on a pre-honeymoon vacation. I think that's lost in translation. If a
No,
pre-honeymoon
that's not lost on
vacation.
me. I
No,
understand
no,
this
no,
is
wait,
very
wait, wait.
different.
Well, maybe not to you, Taylor, but like to the public. Like, bro, I literally was just working 3 weeks ago. I spent 10 days in a pause. I went through this emotional experience that I want to marry somebody. And now what the fuck? I'm in Cabo. Not only am I in Cabo, but me and my girl ain't got no fucking issues. Everything is great. I'm just saying, like, we're not taking this into context. I want to flip this on you, Taylor. Like, do you know Queen Aja?
Yes, the YouTuber.
She's engaged to Clarence. She used to be married to
Yeah.
the
So
asshole
very
Chris.
successful.
Yes. So her ex-husband, right, Chris, he started dating all these women after her, trying to create the next Queen Aja. He couldn't do it. He's a piece of shit. When the girls started doing a tell-all, there was one common denominator that these girls were saying after he was married. They were saying what Chris likes to do when he upset about something, he wants to go away and have his space. Then you be at his crib 3 days, 2 days at a time, he's still not saying nothing. And it would drive you fucking crazy. Now, I know this is an extreme example because we're talking about 1 day on Cabo versus 2 and 3 days with a nigga doing this. But again, I like to set the parameters. When is it, do you think, Taylor, a person no longer gets the leeway of, I don't want to tell you shit, I just want to have this privacy to be alone? When is it to the extreme point to you?
Okay, so if I'm in a relationship, let's just say my boyfriend, he may have gotten fired from work or something like that. He doesn't want to tell me. He's still processing it. With and I with me, I know how I am when I get upset because everyone's different. I'm thinking about it. Okay, I'm thinking if I got fired from a job, I'm feeling shame. I'm feeling like, okay, I don't want to discuss this with this person. I'm kind of trying to figure out what I'm going to do next in regards to steps to getting a job. Like, you have so many things going through your brain that you're trying to figure out how you're going to work this out for self. If you're in this experiment, because I'm simply seeing it as space. I'm simply seeing it as this person is asking to take some time away. We're around cameras. We are around, we've been drinking. You will say it sometimes. I'm not the perfect director. Sometimes people say things that they don't want to say whenever they're inebriated. So I thought that it seemed, in my opinion, it seemed responsible for someone who has acknowledged that they do not say the best. They don't know how to communicate the best whenever they are going through something. This person has acknowledged their weaknesses when it comes to communicating. So that person has decided to step away, get themselves together
Wait,
and
wait,
talk
wait,
to
wait.
me.
When
Talk
did
to
she
me.
acknowledge that was her weakness in communication?
Well, no,
I never
not
got
weakness.
that from the show.
I'm saying that. So overall, she just said that she has word vomit. She says she has word vomit whenever she's communicating, whenever she's upset. So she has acknowledged about herself. She acknowledged that there can be word vomit. She can say things that she doesn't mean. She said the B word, which is not okay. So we're isolating. We've acknowledged, every adult has acknowledged the B word is wrong. In regards to Alex deciding to remove herself from Tim because what is wrong? I'm trying to figure out what is wrong with her asking for that space. If we're just simply talking about the space, we're not talking about what Tim needs. We're talking about what Alex needs. Because when Tim talked to Alex about him feeling uncomfortable, Alex was able to receive it. Alex received it. Why couldn't Tim
Because he
receive
told
Alex
her.
wanting
He
space?
told her the
But
details.
that's how he did it. But that's how he did it. She did
And
it
my face
different.
all
That's how
my
he
face
did
all this
it.
hell. What the fuck? My bad. I'm listening to you, Taylor. No, this is what I'm saying, and I hope people take me the right way, Taylor. I don't know, and I'm frying chicken on my face. There was a way
Damn, I'm
that
listening. I
both could
got
win,
my
right?
argument.
Taylor. No, Taylor, there's a way both could win. Alex wants her
I'm here with
space.
you. I'm listening.
She wants her space. She wants Tim to leave her alone. Tim is scared out of his fucking mind. You watch these shows and you know how the episodes are gonna look. We having perfect fun on the fucking beat. Somebody run away. Who ran away before that? Ollie on Love Is Blind UK. What happened when Ollie ran away? Look at how the whole cast reacted when Ollie fucking ran away. When you're scared. First of all, what the fuck I do? This gonna look bad. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what is going on. She not telling me nothing. The fact, so that's inconceivable to me that somebody's not gonna take this into consideration. However, if she wanted her space, instead of her saying, you ain't doing nothing wrong, I just want my space. He gonna go back downstairs to all these people. He gonna be panicked. They're gonna ask him about it. It's gonna be out of control. But if you want your space, and listen, if you want your space and you want your man to feel secure, hey baby, you did nothing wrong. Everything's fine between us. It's just something dealing with my dad. So please give me this time and I'm gonna come back and talk to you about it. I actually want to talk to you about it. You're my best friend. What the fuck is wrong with that?
I guess I wouldn't fault someone.
Both
Oh,
win.
sorry.
No, I
My
said both win.
boyfriend, I get you. My ex-boyfriend, he didn't get into a college. he said, I just don't want to talk about it right now. It's a real situation. I don't want to talk about it right now. I can't right now. I said, okay, I understand, because that's devastating. Ex-boyfriend, he didn't get to the school he wanted. I gave him time, and then whenever he dropped me off at home, he later texted me. Hey, I want to talk to you. I want to help you. Right now, you're saying, hey, just right now, I'm just trying to think about what to do next. I might leave him alone.
If we
I'm a
talk
golf
about
player.
anecdotal evidence, I
But I'm
literally
just saying,
said
people
the
are
same
different.
example.
Hold on, John. Though she did say that. She said she told him that. She told him that it was about her dad, and he kept going on pressing it must not be. So
When?
she said it in this interview. She said it on the reunion.
No. When? When in live
When?
time? When?
How do we know it was the last time?
Arguing for an hour? You said
You're breaking up for me. I don't
that
know if
shit
it's me
50
or you.
fucking minutes in. That seems suspicious to me that it's about your dad, because I'm gonna think, like, if it's about your fucking dad, you could have said that shit way before then. You must be like,
Well, that was a question that
when?
the host was supposed to ask
When
her
did she say
when.
that?
The host is supposed to ask her when. That's the host's job to
Something
ask her
wrong.
when. Is it me? Can you hear me?
I'm fucking with you. Yeah, you cool. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying because it was
Yeah, I
staticking
hear
for a
you.
second, so I don't know. I might have a delay.
Yeah. Look, L Sid said exactly what I was thinking. I was gonna wait to say this, but look, we don't know when,
No,
and that's what
exactly.
I'm saying about giving people leeway. I'm finna come down on Tim about the shit that I care about. I'm finna come down on him, but we don't know when. If she would have said this shit fucking 45 minutes in an hour argument, to say that I would not feel like Tim, like, I don't know if it's true. But in me and Tim not knowing if that's true, again, goes back to what I'm saying. The problem with relationships is the lack of trust.
The part that we agree on is definitely it should have been said early on in
It
the
depends
beginning.
on when she said it.
I have a hell of a delay. I might have to leave
Yeah.
out of here or whatnot. But the fact that she did say it, I mean, it was
Are you
said.
cool?
Okay, it was said. However, it sounds like the whole thing was escalating for a while. Now, I want to go back to this argumentative thing. I'm going to say it's fair to say that both of these parties are argumentative. This is the reason. We're now in an hour-long argument. You can't argue with yourself for an hour. So had Alex just walked away and got her space that she said she wanted, Tim would have just been arguing by himself wherever the hell she left him at. Because that's one thing I'm for sure going to do. If I ask for my space and I feel like you just not going to give it, I'm going to go. Now, if you want to be crazy enough to look crazy, chasing me down the hallways and all that stuff like that, that's on you. But I'm not going to go back and forth with you when I'm asking for my space.
Taylor, if you hear this, you come back up. But what's crazy to me is that Taylor said, yo, it's crazy to think that this man didn't do nothing at all. And she called him a little bitch. He must have done something, but it's not crazy. It's not crazy to think that this woman said, hey, Tim, it's not about you, baby. I love you. We are so great. We're so perfect. This is about my father. I'm so upset. My father is being moved into a care facility, and Tim start cussing the fuck out. You feel
want
like,
my honest truth? Do you want my
how can
honest
one be
truth?
crazy, but the other not be crazy?
You want my honest truth right now? I said, you want my
You
honest
broke
truth
up.
right now?
Yeah.
Am I clear? Hold on. Maybe I need to take the
Yeah.
Wi-Fi off of here.
Yeah, you clear.
Okay.
You clear.
Now, in
Boo.
my honest truth, to be honest with you, when this incident first happened and still to this day up until reunion, and actually until reunion, because I think she was saying it then, I don't feel like it had nothing to do with her dad. Now, I do believe that her and Marissa might have had a conversation and she might have thought about it, but she probably thought about some other things too. You know why? It's because in my petty manipulative days, when I wanted some attention, I would probably do something like this. And then when you get to ask me what's wrong, the best thing that I can give you that doesn't necessarily deal with you, I would probably say, but it would probably be all about you and something that you're doing. But I just don't really want to bring it up that it's something that you're doing. And I'd have said it's something else. I don't think it was ever about her dad. I don't know if Tim is going to come out and tell us. If Tim comes out and tell us, I'll take this back. If he comes out and tell us that she did say it was about her dad, then I'll take this back. But for me, when I first heard it and when it first happened, I was like, yeah, I don't think it's even about her dad. I think she's just using that as an easy cop out to justify, going off or walking away in that moment.
Yeah. So I didn't want to say this live. There's some shit I would have told you on the phone. But because you put that out, I put out what I think. Right. And this is totally controversial with no evidence or nothing. He went in no home 5 days later when y'all got back. Her dad wasn't in no special facility when y'all got back. I'm just going by what I see. Like, that's what I've been thinking in my brain. Like, and then like, what's bad about this show is how fast they move you into positions because you love this person, but it has been so fucking fast. It's not matching reality to where if you want to marry somebody, you're going to run to them really quickly to tell them shit. If I want to marry somebody and I propose to them, if my mom goes into a home or a special facility, the person I want to cry to, I want to lean on, I want to be there for me is my fiance. Like I said, she was upset with what he said to the other ladies during the guy grilling session. Other people that brought this up and I ignored it because I felt guilty that I didn't pay attention to this part. What did he say? What did he say during this session? I don't know what Tim said.
Like the part. Oh, you took me down.
Oh, no. I just moved this aside because I thought I saw you comment and I know you was up. But what did Tim say when they was grilling the guys? Did he say something crazy?
When they was asking about what they like, when they liked about each other, that's the part I think they talking about. He said that she likes to bark back, that she fights, she argues back. That was the only thing he said.
And then
that we
that's the
saw.
night, and that's when she left.
I guess that's the same night that she left. Because the next day, that's when we get them come into their meeting.
I hate when it's something you can't approve, and I am worried about the future of this show. I'm really worried about the future of this show because these motherfuckers are smart enough to realize whatever drama we got, wait till they leave for the night, and we're gonna talk about it off camera. Netflix got to do something about this shit, man. Like, remember Married at First Sight during COVID? When they put them fucking cameras inside the fucking place, Netflix gonna have to do something about it, or this show gonna go downhill. Because now anybody who signed up for the show know we gonna talk off camera. Tim does not want a girl who bark back. Christina Danielle, I want to let you know a secret. No man likes a woman that barks back. I don't want a woman that barks back. I do want a woman to have her own opinion, her own views, and we can sit down together as a team and discuss stuff and see what's the best option. But I don't want no woman that barks back. No man wants a woman that barks back. Especially if you're saying a woman that barks back, but hidden in her arsenal is, I will call you a little bitch. No man wants that. I think that and I've already said this on the video. Everybody know I said this already in my previous Tim video. I think that people misinterpreted that. I think that's a misinterpretation. If y'all think that a man out of fucking 4 billion women on planet Earth, he wants a woman that's gonna bark and argue back, I feel bad that Tim misled you. That's not what he meant when he said that. Like me, and I had these conversations with Jay with another round on here. Like I could never want a pushover woman. I would be bored. My brain is too fucking diverse and crazy. I have to have an intelligent woman, a strong woman. But strength does not mean barking back. I think that's the biggest misconception that people have. Strength requires a man to be strong too. Because if I'm with a woman and the problem with relationships is that it's even. It's not 3. If it's 3, you can outvote the other motherfucker. If it's just 2, y'all got to figure out what's the best option. And I'm going to lean on your strength. If I dated Alex, I'm not finna fucking argue with Alex about clothes, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to tell her my opinion about it. I'm going to listen to her opinion about it. We're going to sit and we're going to talk. I'm like, all right, I'm going to ride my girl. She know fashion way better than I do. We talk about like shit I'm into. Like you have to come together collectively as a team. A guy wants an intelligent woman that'll meet him, that'll give him opposing viewpoints to look at, to think about as they come together as a team. A guy does not want a motherfucker to argue. A guy don't want that shit. I don't think that's what Tim meant. I'm going to take your ass off because you're not muted. Don't argue with her about the dishes either. A guy wants somebody to meet him halfway. Do not listen to Tim. You can't sit on my stream and tell me that Tim is flawed and then pick out some shit that he likes. Tim is a flawed individual. Tim's idea of equal is a woman doing whatever he likes. That is a flawed individual. His idea of being equal is flawed. Tim's idea of being equal is to tell you all his parameters and never ask you anything about yours. Yeah, we don't really like that stuff. These are men in my stream. Ain't nobody trying to go to sleep just to wake up to an argument. We don't want that. And I think a lot of women get that wrong. A man either gonna want a docile motherfucker that's actually a slave that does nothing but look pretty and do everything he says, which I think that Tim really wants and don't want to admit. Or if a man tells you he wants a strong woman, he wants a partner. He wants somebody that when he tells them his idea and they go, well, baby, just listen to the details you said. Like, I was analyzing this. And if you did that, I'm worried that it can go that way or that way or that way. So this is another option I thought of. And if you do this, you cover the point to where you was worried about, but you still keep that. And y'all sit down and you're talking like, damn, that was excellent. I think we're going to go with your idea. A partnership. That's what a man wants. Also, Taylor, I feel like, and I know that we're going to, me and Taylor are going to agree to disagree for the whole night, but shout out to Taylor. Taylor came on here. She was on a panel on the guest. Shout out to Taylor. She gave her opinion and she said why she feel the way she feel. Much respect to Taylor. My problem with that is you can't have your cake and eat it too. You cannot say communication is the biggest key in a relationship, although I disagree with that. I think comprehension is. But you can't say we need to communicate. And Tim communicated. She didn't communicate. She had ample opportunity. She had all this time. You're assuming Alex communicating means she had to be taken away from her space to be alone. I'm saying, and we got to care to be effective, there are words Alex could have said to communicate to make her fiance feel more secure about his place while still having her space to be alone. I'm saying that. I'm saying both of those things could have been true. Little Black Book is in the building. What's up, my guy? Little Black Book. Kojo, we're gonna have to talk about Tyler. We're gonna have to talk about it. We're gonna have to have a discussion. Tyler, this is about Alex. Alex did not communicate. And it makes me scared and worried that so many like women came into the chat today to think that that's cool. I'm scared of that. Tim, baby, it's not about you. We are fucking A-okay. Like this, I accepted your proposal for a reason. We're good, baby. Something came up with my father. You are my fiance. You're the person I want to talk to you about it. Just give me some time. Let me just sit in here. This is how I process things. Let me be alone. How the fuck is that bad? How the fuck is that bad?
Can I add on top of that
What I love
too?
about, let me just say this right here quick, Jay. Don't British people say the coolest shit? I love when Kojo gets upset and say, smartening. I'm taking that shit. I'm using that shit in Georgia. I'm using that shit in ATL. Let somebody say something wrong with me. Smartening. Go ahead, Jay.
I just add on top of that. When we're in the learning phases of each other, we should be the most communicative. I'm gonna say the wrong word wrong, but we should be communicating the most in that phase because that's the learning phase. When we have kids, we tell people to talk to their children because that's how they learn. That's how they learn to talk back to you. That's how they learn to communicate. That's how they understand what is right, what's wrong, what they should be doing, what they shouldn't be doing, because we talk to them. So as in a relationship, we got to treat a relationship like they're babies. It's a newborn relationship. So we have to talk to each other. I have to tell you about me. I have to tell you how to treat me, how I like to be handled. A lot of times when I'm going into a relationship, I'm giving a disclaimer off rip. Hey, I got abandonment issues I'm still working through. So sometimes I get a little this way and sometimes I might act like this. I ask a lot of impulsive questions. I ask random questions because that's my way of learning you. So don't be caught off guard when I'm asking you just a random question. Sometimes it doesn't have a meaning behind it. I just like to know how you think. I like to see how you answer certain things. You should know yourself enough to be able to communicate. Hey, when I'm sad, I process things this way. When I'm hot, I might act out this way. When I'm happy, you're going to get this side of me. You should know yourself. You should be in love with yourself that much that you could communicate with the next person. I need time to process what I'm going through. Like you said, she should be able to just say, Tim, this is off rip. When he comes in, hey, what's wrong? What did such and such say to you? Calm down. It had nothing to do with us. It had nothing to do with this process. I'm just homesick. Boom. Conversation done. You know what I'm saying? Now, when he continues to go on, listen, again, it's not about you. I just need my moment right now. Please, let's not make this about you. This is about something all the way together. Communication is two ways. When a person is telling you, I need my space and it's not about me, let me not sit here and say they're lying. Let me take them for face value in this moment and say it is not about you. Their actions and the way they behave afterwards will tell you if it was about you. Trust. You can watch. Communication works in different forms. You can watch their actions and the way they behave right after. But you do not have to sit here and take it and make it personal. If a person say they want their space, okay, you can have your space. Because guess what? Emotions are personal. So I'm not about to take on your emotions. If I don't feel like being sad with you, well, you're going to be sad by yourself. If I don't want to be angry with you, by all means, take all the space you need. Because I don't feel like being angry with you right now. I'm about to enjoy this drink and I'm about to go down to the pool. And I don't care who asks me what. It's that simple. We sit here and put ourselves in too much. Go ahead.
No, I didn't want to cut you. I was just saying thank you for that comment it made. I want to say this right here. If we're looking at somebody's entire personality, right? All these women on my chat taking up for Alex. Alex said, okay, you text me again, making sure that my car was good. And okay, I didn't respond. This is a new relationship. What Tim is doing, and I think Tim is wrong because he's doing it to such an extreme degree. He's at an extreme level, but what he's doing by adding up the things isn't wrong in general. What the fuck am I going to think? I'm reaching out to make sure you're okay with your car. You pick up your phone, you look at my text, and you don't say nothing. By itself, not that big of a deal. But this is coming off you locking yourself in the fucking bathroom and refusing to tell me what's wrong with you. This is Alex's personality. She don't feel like she needs to explain herself, but when he broke up with her, she's harboring on how she cannot understand him. And I'm hitting my hand like this because that's how Alex was in her hand. I can't understand you if you don't explain to me, Tim. You got to tell me what you don't like. But she's not offering any fucking thing. She feels that she doesn't have to. Like in a normal world, I'm not, what's the best way to put this? I'm not feeling like you must respond to my text message when I care about you in your car, you're on the side of the road, or you're at a car shop. That's not my inherent thought. But my inherent thought in normal conversation is like, if I say hi to you, if I wave, I'm gonna think you're gonna wave back. So like, I don't give a fuck if it's okay or one word or thanks, babe. I'm thinking you're gonna say something back. So you're teaching me you don't have to let me know how you feel in situations. You're teaching me this. This is what Alex is doing in huge situations, such as she upset in Cabo about her father, to the very tiny situation about her car. She's teaching me I don't have to communicate with you. And then this interview, because this is the first time she ever saw us. So Kojo, I don't know Kojo if you saw this interview or heard what Alex said, but she said when Tim arrived in Cabo, he wanted her to know that he is not the same. He's feeling different because he is not used to all these cameras in his face. Tim had the foresight to know that he's going to look different. Tim had the foresight to know that he may be a little standoffish. Tim was worried about Alex and didn't want her to think that it was about her. So to stop Alex from thinking this, he explained to her. Alex was able to take this information and go to all the girls on the fucking island or Cabo and let them know, well, this is why Tim is acting different. Alex did not give Tim that same information to take back to people. Be like, my girl, cool, she cool. Yeah, I ain't got nothing to do with this. She didn't give him that. She didn't communicate. But if I call Tim out on areas where he lacked communication, I can't call Alex out where she lacked communication. What'd you say, Jay?
Opposed to that particular thing. I'm not the Alex calling people out part, but that part of he going out there and saying that he feels like he's going to feel some type of way. Already you're starting to project your insecurities. This is why it took place in that argument.
Wait, on what part? I'm trying to understand what part.
when he's saying he get there, why when you get off into Mexico, your first thing you're gonna say is people gonna think I'm acting different. These people don't even know you. How do they know you think acting different? So you're already projecting some type of insecurity before it even happens. So therefore, this argument plays out a certain type of way because you're carrying around an insecurity of what people think of you. Why are you worried about that already?
On season
It doesn't matter.
7.
I signed up for the show that I've watched and it's 7 seasons in. I know people gonna have an opinion regardless of it whatever the opinion is. My only job is to be authentically me, period. So now you're sitting here trying to play for the camera. That's why it's playing out the
That's
way
not
it
your only
is.
job. That's not
That
your
is my
only
only
job.
job.
Your job is to be authentically you and have open communication so your partner can see you. If you
Well, I'm
lack this
saying authentically
communication,
me
they
because I
can't
got good
see you.
communication. I got great communication, so I'm saying authentically me. No.
Yeah, but you, Jay, you would have told him that though. You would have told him it's about your dad.
Yeah, I also would
You
have
would have
asked
said
him,
it.
why are you worried about people that don't know you too? Like, baby, we here. Don't start being insecure, babes. I chose you.
It would have
We
never,
here.
but it would have never got that far. Had she just said, "What the fuck wrong with her?"
Yeah, but
Why?
it never,
Listen.
again,
Why does
I'm not
Tim have
taking
to
it, I'm
have
not
all this
taking it
open
away.
communication, but Alex doesn't?
Listen to me.
I'm
I'm
trying to
not taking
understand
it
this.
away the start though. I'm not taking away the start of the argument. That started it or whatever because he already told her he was going to be insecure. That's what I'm saying. He's already told you that he was going to be secure. Now, why are we being insecure? That would have been my stop right there. Like, let's not focus on that. These people don't know you, just like I don't know you. We're learning. So don't worry about what people are thinking. So yeah, the argument would have never got there because we'd have had nothing to argue about in the first place. I'm shutting down your
Taylor,
insecurity before we get into the argument.
you're saying exactly Round, but Round don't agree with you. She would have said it. She would have said it. Like, Taylor, you're on this high horse of that. Like, I don't have to tell my partner shit. I don't give a fuck about them. They can go out and think whatever they want to. It's about me, 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 me. When Tim kept bringing up shit that Alex got to conform to him, this my way or the highway, Tim is thinking me, 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 me. Tim is not thinking about Alex. When Alex in that motherfucking bathroom and she's upset, she's not thinking about motherfucking Tim at all. She's thinking me, 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 me. That's not how you have a successful relationship. It's not. It's not. Open communication is the only way to have a successful relationship.
But that's what I'm saying. Open communication goes to listening too. She should have listened to what that man was actually telling her in that moment. That's what I'm saying. He's saying I'm insecure. So of course I expect him to become running when I just run off somewhere, chasing me and asking what they say. That's the second time he's telling you he's about to be insecure. He told you literally he's insecure when he gets there. Then the first thing he does is ask you, what's wrong? What did they say to you? What did they say to me? What's wrong? Are you asking me what's wrong with me, or do you want to know what was said? Like, I'm listening to you. It
Yeah.
sounds like you're about to put yourself into something that you're not included in. So before you do that, let me tell you now, it is not about you. Whatever it is, I'm feeling emotional and I don't feel like crying about it. Eventually, I probably would have still cried and I probably would have just told him like that, but I would have probably been fighting my tears at the same time too. Like, I don't feel like crying about you. I'm trying to like not feel this way, but it's not about you. It's seriously not about you. Those girls said nothing about you. We had a talk. Literally, I'm so sorry. I'm just the type, I can't even defend half of this because I would have actually told him.
Not even that, but I'll pose this question to Taylor, B.O. Drama, and girl, I forget her name above, who absolutely hates everything about fucking what's her name, Christina Danielle. Like, what do y'all think that shrinks and psychologists are reviewing this on YouTube and they're saying she should have been open and told him? If you don't want to listen to me, it's like when I say it, I'm wrong. But when Oprah Round says it, y'all don't say nothing. When she say the same thing, y'all don't say nothing. But when I say it, I'm wrong. What do you think about a professional or relationship coaches? Everybody. She should have just said the shit. I'm glad
Again,
she
this is
didn't say
why.
it. Let me
This is
say
why
this.
I don't think it was about her dad, because that should have been an easy say to me. To somebody I'm choosing to be my partner. I might not say it to all the other people in that group because I don't know y'all, but as a person that I'm choosing to be my partner, that should be an easy say. But you know what? I've got years experience on her. So maybe that's just because of my wisdom. I don't know what I would have did back then if I would have said, because sometimes I told you back then I was a little bit more manipulative. So I'd have been eating this moment up.
Yo, are you a mod on this show? I got my boy mod. I gotta make my boy a mod on the channel. Hold on. I'll make you a mod, Caliber. Because if I don't make you a mod, people will think that I'm upset with you. Caliber is a mod on my other channels, and we roast each other all the time. But this shit is crazy to me that there's so much pushback on this generic idea. And I want to be clear, the generic idea of if someone needs space, you should offer them space is correct. I think people are pushing this shit to the extreme measures. If someone needs space, you offer them space. I would never want to barge in somebody needs space. But like, I'm taking so much into context. I'm taking where they are. Never been an argument. I just was really nervous and opened myself up to tell you something. The fact that we don't know what happened in the argument, we don't know if he actually gave her fucking an hour or two. We don't know any details. We just know that it's culminated in her calling him a little bitch. And to make excuses for this behavior is crazy to me when it all could have been avoided. Now, I'm going to shock y'all when I say this. I'm glad that things worked out the way it worked out, because I don't think that Tim or Alex is ready for a marriage. So I wouldn't want something to play out to mask these things. I'm glad that these things were shown. Alex is not ready for a marriage. Alex is patting her hands and saying how much she loves communication, but she's not willing to give this open communication to her partner. Tim believes it's my way or the fucking highway, or I'm going to be cold, or I'm going to be vindictive. He's definitely not waiting for a partner.
Can I say something to address one of the comments?
Mm-hmm.
It's B.O. Drama's last comment, I think it is. I don't think I see another one.
I'll post it.
Okay. Here, I do agree with you. But see, you said an hour-long argument, and I have said it already. You can't argue with yourself for an hour. If a man can't lead me to where I feel like it's aligned to where I need to go, he just ain't gonna lead me. He gonna lead himself off that edge of the cliff. He gonna be arguing with himself. I'm gonna walk away because that's not what I'm choosing to do. That's why I say both of these people is argumentative. If she wanted to diffuse the situation, you cannot sit here and go back and forth with the person. That's not how you diffuse it. You just shut up. You don't tell the person shut up. You just shut up. When you stop arguing and you stop giving pushback, they can't give you nothing else. Go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. She believes that Alex went in the bathroom, laid down and cried, and Tim went in that motherfucker, kicked the door down, screamed, yelled, ripped the shower curtains off, and just yelled until his voice was gone for a whole hour while Alex was crying on the floor. And at 59 minutes and 59 seconds, Alex said, "You're acting like a little bitch." That's what B.O. Drama believes happened. That's how it played out. It couldn't have been both of them. But I had a theory. My theory was Steven, 1,000% wrong. Motherfucker cheated. Hannah, despicable fucking human being that just totally emasculated Nick. Easy shit. Tyler and Ashley, Tyler, 1,000,000,000% wrong. Motherfucker disowned his kids and said, we'll just take them. Alex and Tim would be debatable. I did not think Alex and Tim video would last as long. I expected a Tyler video to last as long, but the Alex and Tim video, Alex and Tim video, this live lasting this long because of the nuances, because they both are pulling upon what we want. A man.
John, how you not expecting? Hold on, I'm sorry. I gotta interrupt you. I do gotta interrupt you. How you not expect that after how long it was on Kojo's platform so many times?
It's about Alex and Tim?
Yes, we was going hard. El Cid will tell you, El Cid was a Tim stand, baby. We was in that thing. We was in the trenches on this argument because it's like some of us in the middle, some of us is full Tim, some of us is Alex. Like, it was crazy.
But I feel like I'm getting the wrong, like people are taking me wrong. I'm not helping Tim. I haven't said one fucking positive thing. The fact that I have repeatedly put down Tim, repeatedly say he can't be in a relationship, repeatedly call him names. They don't give a fuck. They just don't like that I'm critiquing Alex. I've never been team Tim. But it's a problem because I'm critiquing Alex. See, Taylor says she's team Alex. I'm not team anyone. If this would have went out an opposite way, like this would have showed and everybody hate Alex and everybody loved Tim, I would have been like, what the fuck? All right, I'm going live. I'm finna break this nigga the fuck down. I cannot believe the world loves Tim so much and they put everything on Alex. I'm critiquing Alex because everybody sees the flaws in Tim. Everybody see what he done wrong. We all fucking agree. And we're not going to sit up here and act like this fucking woman was innocent. This woman is on this video right here that we watching and said that I accepted accountability. But I called him a bitch at the reunion and said I called him a bitch because he acted like it. How the fuck can I not call out Alex?
Wait, and then turn around and say, but he didn't protect me.
And you didn't protect him. The whole world. I wasn't safe. And then you wait to this tiny interview who only has 1,000 subscribers to finally admit, when I said I didn't feel safe, I meant I didn't feel safe saying how I felt with my heart and my opinion. It wasn't the fact that he'd do something to me. You waited to this moment, wait after the reunion, but he cleared up your misconception on the reunion. How can I not call out Alex? Here's my problem, Taylor. In my subjective opinion, the shit you harp on the most is what you care about the most. If you easily brush off within 5 seconds that she called him a bitch, don't acknowledge that she doubled down on it and she was a hypocrite and a liar in this interview to say that she accepts responsibility. If you brush that off and you spend the majority of your time in my comment section arguing about Tim, coming on here on the platform to speak publicly about Tim, it makes it appear as if her calling him a bitch is not a big deal to you, in my subjective opinion. Alex cannot make me any fucking wings because Alex did the one thing I would never accept from wings. This motherfucker put them in the microwave. The fact that you call him a bitch, the fact that you double down on calling him a bitch, and the fact that you put wings in the microwave, nah, unacceptable. But take that shit to Kojo over there, goddamn, in Great Britain. Madness. Fuck. Yeah, Caliber. When he broke up with her, she took the fucking wings out the microwave. Nah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I don't know how the fuck they were crispy. They were crispy like she took them bitches out of the air fryer. Or maybe I'm closed-minded. Maybe Alex knows some shit. I don't know. I don't know how Alex had the crust leaning off the wings, like the little black crisp crust. I don't know how the fuck she did that in the microwave, but I'm not willing to chance it. And that's how relationships are. There's certain things we're not willing to chance. I'm not willing to chance a motherfucking crisp coming out of the microwave, bro.
No, she reheated. No, the problem is she reheated. Yeah. Can you hear me?
No, you reheat wings in the oven.
No, it's not
or
the
air
wings,
fryer.
babe. It's not the wings that you reheated in the microwave. It's the fact that she reheated the fries in the microwave. That lady is a psycho.
Well, Alex gotta go.
The hell?
She gotta go.
The hell? You can't even reheat fries in the oven that good. Only certain fries. To even think about putting them in the microwave, ma'am, you are not to be trusted ever.
If I'm starving, I'm still turning on my oven to put fries and wings in to reheat. If I'm about to fucking die, I'm gonna wait that little 30 minutes. I'm putting my shit in the oven.
Man, it's like riding on E, and you know you got about another 17 miles.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna wait the
She
minutes.
did that, yeah. This man.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, let's break this down. She said they don't eat red meat. They really only eat chicken. Tim went and bought the exact groceries, did all of this shit, cooked all this shit, cleaned up, washed the dishes. And she put fries and wings in a microwave. I'm not doing this, bro. I'm not doing this. A microwave. I don't put nothing. A microwave is for popcorn. If I buy a microwave, it's just for popcorn. I don't put nothing else in it. I don't know, reheated meals, no nothing. Or spaghetti. Spaghetti can last in a microwave. That's it.
Nah, it depends on who's spaghetti. If it's mine, it can last. I like saucy things, but everybody's spaghetti don't make it in the microwave either.
But spaghetti don't have a different taste coming out of microwave.
No, it do. Oh, it do. Oh, it do. Let them noodles not be sauced. I'm trying to tell you, them noodles have to be sauced. Like, seriously. And I like my stuff hot. So, you know, if I got to put it in the microwave, it's going to be in there for a little minute. So I got to make sure it's going to last for that minute it's going to be in there.
Brush off her calling him a biatch, but would they talk to their fiance like that? Let's reverse some roles quick, Jay. So let's say this show happened and Alex told Tim, I just want to be upfront with you. You might think I'm a little bit different because the cameras are around. I'm trying to adjust to them. She went that detail. They're having a great time. Ain't nothing happened. They filming with all the couples. And Tim walk away, puts himself in the bathroom and said, I just need some space. And Alex keep asking him, shit, let's just reverse everything that happened. And then Tim ends up calling Alex a little bitch. Would it not be far worse?
I'm going to tell you, if I'm in that space and literally putting my whole self in Alex as if somebody about to tell me action and I'm about to give me an Oscar, my nigga, we're done. I'm not coming to your parents' house. Y'all can cut these cameras off. We're done. Because that to me would have told me I am the problem.
Another argument I'll make before I end is people saying that Tim was manipulative to ask her father hand in marriage. And they're not looking at this as a reality show. As a reality show, you're on a schedule, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m., as they put it. She said, I will not marry anybody unless they ask my father's hand in marriage. He's going to see her father one time. He has to ask her father's hand in marriage. Now, where I would do different than Tim, I would have done everything Tim did. The only caveat would have been, this is assuming everything goes as planned. That's the only thing I would have added in. But he had to ask, because what if they had no issues, nothing happened? He didn't ask at that point. she would not have said yes at the wedding because she said, I'm not marrying nobody that's not going to ask my father.
I feel like he shouldn't have gave those words. If this is not just the edited down version and he actually says more of anything that I say, not saying he has to say everything I say, he say more of anything I say. Just like you said, if all goes well. If he asks, how do I get past this type of situation with somebody? How did you and your missus make it? If he have all this conversation with the dad and he writes it and he reads this letter, by all means, and we got the edited version, for me, he got that pass. But if this is the actual version that we got and he's just reading that letter, I don't think he's manipulative. Because if I think he's manipulative, guess what Alex is too after this interview? And I'll tell you why in a minute. But I do think he's vindictive. And that's one thing that's not going to last in a very longevity, like conducive relationship. Somebody that you actually think is your partner, your best friend, you know, your ace, whatever, your love of your life. For that person, that's not it. And I'm not saying he's supposed to be at the love of the life with her right now because this is all brand new. But even with the love of your life, it's not going to last. That type of behavior is not going to last. Now, if we want to call him manipulative, I got to call Alex manipulative too, because just the same way as he didn't probably want to do this thing, but he did it. She went to the parents and sat in front of the parents saying on this interview several times, I didn't want to go. Ma'am, you're grown. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. Guess what? It has still made good TV. The producers wouldn't have said crap to you. I can guarantee you that.
I didn't know she said that.
She said it in this interview. She said she didn't want to go. So you just shouldn't have showed up because your energy showed you didn't want to go. You didn't want to be there.
If the real reason is that you didn't want to go, and like I always tell people, why would you not say that first? That means that like everything you said before that doesn't fucking matter. It wasn't the fact that you had to work and none of this shit. You didn't want to be there anyway.
She says it so many different times because she says the night before, that's when he told her she had doubts. So because he told her she had doubts, the rest of the day is pretty much done in her head for her.
But people in my chat think Alex is fucking perfect and Tim is this fucking monster. When I see two people that clearly got things to work on. Now, I would give Alex a little bit more grace than Tim. Like if you wanted me to bet money, I would bet money that Alex would be more open-minded to trying to change her ways. But she still got a long way to go.
But I told you already, John, Tim met a better Tim. Alex is a better Tim. This is why everybody don't see her as fault. Because she stays cool, she stay calm, collected. She do her dirt on the low. She knows how to pull Tim's poker card. That Negro bake face, she got a good poker face. You just got to let her have it.
Yeah.
On my villain series, Alan is definitely up there. You know what I'm saying? She the one you don't see coming.
Do you think she a villain?
Huh? Oh, she got so much potential, baby. So much potential. Huh. And I ain't gonna say she executing it because, you know, I don't really know because some villains is just that good. But
I don't think she communicates nearly as well as she thinks she does.
She don't communicate nearly as well. All she had to do is communicate better than him, though. So you take targets one at a time. You don't sit here and try to sit there and conquer the world. You can't let the world know that you know how to play a certain game. You just play the game according to the player you're playing against.
Yeah. I like this comment. They don't see her at fault because she's very relatable to her fans. That's exactly what scares me. It really scared me to see so many women taking up for her, calling him a little bitch. Like to read all the comments and shit like that. Shit scared me because I'm like,
he made it too easy too, though.
Cool. Y'all think this shit cool? That like, bruh, I'm gonna stay in my motherfucking self. Like, we gotta scream from the rooftops. We don't like this, and y'all don't care. Y'all want us to like y'all and still do shit like this. That's scary.
Don't be mad at me, John. I don't think it's cool, but I think it's funny. But that's because I got a petty side that, you know. And but I also put it like this: don't call no man no bitch if you ain't ready to fight. Flat out. Because you don't know what kind of man you gonna get or what kind of bitch you gonna get. And some men
Last thing
they'll
you're gonna see
fight
from
you.
me is my back. I'm leaving.
Some men will fight you. Them is fighting words at the end of the day. I don't care what sex you are. Because I'll probably try to fight you if you a man who call me that. So them fighting words.
Hey yo, I'm about to get ready to dip because I'm starving and I can see the restaurants here out the window.
I'm home
Listen to
now.
me, B.O. Drama. B.O. Drama. I've said this before. I'll end my stream saying it again. You can keep saying her calling him a bitch nobody agreed with till you blue in the fucking face. I have been live for 4 hours and 10 minutes. If I were to add up the amount of time spent on her calling him a bitch, it would be less than 3 fucking minutes out of 4 hours and 10 minutes, which is one of the most egregious things that happened between Alex and Tim. Less than 3 minutes tops. What you speak on the most, what you argue about the most, is what you care about the most. What you speak about the less shows people the less you give a fuck about it. Prove me wrong. I guarantee you we spent less than 3 minutes of her calling this man a fucking bitch on a stream that lasts 4 hours and 10 minutes. So that's how I feel. But thank you, Jay, for coming up. Thank you, Taylor, too, for coming up. You know what I'm saying? This went longer because we did 2 streams. We did stream me analyzing the video, and then we did stream with people coming on here giving their ideas. But hope you guys enjoyed it.